That's was. Yes. Yeah. Or Baylor. Yeah, it's a. You don't have to do that. And not everybody. My son met a guy last. So, I mean, that's grand. Yeah. Yes.
Ready. Vámonos. Get started. See me?
Get a new slide that we're gonna have to include after this slide.
Okay.
Slide 93.
93, okay.
After we say that.
It's for sure. Right, this is my mom. Yeah. How are you, Pastor? So good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. You've been around? You've been around. Yeah. Sounds about right. That sounds about right. Let me try this.
Testing, testing. Good afternoon. Mayor, are we ready to call the meeting to order?
Ms. Myro.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on Tuesday, August 19, 2025 at 4:06 p.m., starting with the work session and reconvening into the regular meeting on or after 5 p.m. Here in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. May we proceed with the roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Starting with Commissioner Brian Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias,
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villara,
Present.
Mayor John Callen,
Present.
Commissioner Narenth Galowski, Commissioner Gustavo De Leon,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas.
Present.
We have a quorum to proceed into the invocation that will be led by Pastor Burks. And following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Please stand for the prayer and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge to the flags. Let's pray. Father God, first of all, we just declare that you are an awesome God, and we thank you and praise you for all the blessings we have here in Brownsville. Lord, we thank you that we have your help in dealing with all the challenges as well, and all of the opportunities. Help us to make the best of each one of them. Lord God, we thank you for each of our city commissioners and our mayor that are serving. And we thank you for them and their families. We ask you to bless and protect each one of them. Give each one of them guidance, Lord. Give them divine wisdom concerning the issues that we're looking at today. And Lord, also for those that we're honoring, help us to honor them well. Most of all, Lord, we honor you. We give you thanks and praise and glory. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And just take a short moment of silence where you can add your prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas
flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And for the record, we have a Commissioner Galowski present for the meeting. Item number one is a work session on Capital Improvement Program, CIP.
Mayor and Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Alan Gard. I'm your Deputy City Manager and your Chief Financial Officer. We're going to have a work session item today to discuss the Capital Improvement Program. So we're going to talk about three particular topics. We want to give you a recap of what the Commission approved for the 2025 Capital Improvement Program. We want to give you some updates on what we are looking at and proposing for the 2026 Capital Improvement Program. And we have two scenarios we want you to look at, and we'll explain the reasons why you need to consider these two scenarios as we go through the presentation today. Originally, last year, the Commission approved roughly a $300 million 5-year capital improvement program, which included about $225 million worth of COs, leveraging about $75 million worth of grants and other funding. In the first year, we were looking at right around $90 million. That included money for facilities, street and drainage, heavy equipment, fire equipment, matching grant at the airport for the runway. We want the first part of the design for the new public safety complex. We had matching funds for sidewalks and hike and bike trails, matching funds for buses. We had $500,000 of COs in there to start looking at recreation opportunities. We have almost $5 million for technology and $3.2 million, which included design of a downtown parking garage and our comprehensive plan. That was matched with the green bubbles, which are grants. So $2 million in drainage, $4.3 million for trails, $3.2 million from parks. That's the money that is guaranteed from BCIC that you all did by ordinance. $4.7 million from FTA for buses, $18.8 million for runway construction from FAA. The 0.3 or the 300,000 or 250,000 was for the downtown master plan that was funded by BCIC. And then we have about $250,000 of a prior FEMA grant that we received that we've been allowed to use for design of the public safety complex related specifically to the EOC part of that building. So originally this plan for 2025 showed, again, our design of the public safety facility. It showed equipment for the fire department, including a ladder truck, an ambulance, a pumper, and an engine replacement. We have rehabilitation of the ARF facility at the airport. There's the reconstruction of the runway. We had money, $3.5 million in there for design of the 3 major reconstruction road projects that are in our CIP. That's 14th Street, Coffeeport Road, and Old Alice. We had funding in there for these trails, the West Rail Trail, amenities at that trail, the trail at Montebello Park around Morrison, southmost phases 3 and 4, the connection of the West Rail Trail to the sports park, and then we had $2.6 million of debt sold to match $10.1 million in grants for hybrid electric buses. We had $10 million total for renovation here at City Hall, including the HVAC and the electrical and some work on the roof. We started the design process of looking at HVAC renovation and ventilation for bark for the animal shelter, and also some improvements on the roof. And then we needed to replace generators that we previously had used from PUB. And those were at some of our primary buildings, primarily where our IT and things are, that we don't want those systems to crash. So we need to have a generator kick on when the electrical goes out. So staff has been working on a different plan, and this has been caused or generated because of some things that are going on that are outside of your all's control. First of all, there's proposed legislation that was proposed in the regular session, was proposed again in the first special session, and is now again being proposed in the second special session that would cap our ability to sell certificates of obligation. The way the law is currently being presented, or the way the bill is presently being presented, is that it would restrict us to 20% of our property tax revenue that we levy the prior year. So this year we're talking about levying about $74 million. 20% of that is $14.8 million. So whereas our previous plan that we shared and that you all talked about last year and approved us going forward, we would sell between $40 and $50 million a year each of the next 5 years. This would now restrict us to about $15 million a year. It's very difficult for us to start building a $70 million building when we know we're only going to get $15 million a year. That would just simply not sustainable. Increasing costs for materials and things would just make it almost impossible to develop a proper budget and build that building in a reasonable amount of time. We also recently received some good news. We received a total amount of projects of almost $28 million from TxDOT, with about 5.6 of that coming from the city in terms of our match, as well as adding some design costs of $2.8 million. Those were not in the 2026 plan, but now, because we've won those, which is a good thing, we now have to sell those certificates of obligation now to meet that match requirement and start those projects. Those are time sensitive, and so we need to sell the debt now rather than when it was programmed for future years. So that sped up that process a little bit.
And I would add that these projects are to better synchronize our streets and our roads. So when we talk about, sometimes it's too costly to widen every road, but synchronization of our traffic lights and our roads leads to faster, safer way to connect through our city. Boca Chica is a good example, right? If we get the streets synchronized, you get to work faster, home, play, and to the places you want to be. So there was a congestion management plan created by the RGV MPO that showed that we were one of the least synchronized cities in the Rio Grande Valley. So this $27 million will allow us to use the technology that we need and the infrastructure to really get us where we need to do. So we're playing catch up with this money, but we still have our match of approximately,
About $9 million will be our match.
A great project. I don't think people realize how expensive the synchronization can be. It's 5 lights and it's $27.9 million.
Well, and this doesn't include the $4 million that we've been spending on the P5G, which is going to make all this happen. So it's a great investment, great investment.
and just so you know, the 9 million includes design services. So TxDOT's money is only for like construction and build out. Our match is less, but the fact that we're going to have to pay for design of that takes us to $9 million.
Correct. And then the third concern, staff started thinking about the International Street project that's been going on and will go on for a while. And so in thinking about when to start 14th Street, this proposal has that moving out a year or two. And because if both International and 14th were going on at the same time, we think there'd be some congestion issues, some safety issues, and would be very hard for people to get in and out of those neighborhoods. So the thought process is let International get further along, almost complete, before we start 14th Street. So those are the changes you're going to see. And I'm going to go into the two scenarios now to give you some explanation. So we have scenario A, which is the current legislation, if things don't change. And as your CFO, I don't believe that's going to happen. They had it in the regular session. They had it in the first special session. They brought it back for the second special session. The governor has made it very clear that it is a priority of his to make it more difficult for cities to sell debt. And then scenario B, so that would show the annual 45 to 50 million that we had originally talked about last year when you approved this CIP. Scenario B assumes that the cap will pass. And so what our recommendation is that we sell $150 million now of debt and get all the cash that we need now up front so we can build the high priority projects. We can have the matches that we need to leverage the $65 million, $70 million worth of grants, and to allow us to accomplish the majority of the program. We have to give up some projects over the 5 years, move some other things. It's really not giving them up. It's really moving them out. That's really the process that we would ask you to go through, the thought process. And then we believe roughly between $13 and $15 million annually in the remaining years of the program. So again, we'd be able to fund the majority of the program. We'd be able to get the public safety facility done. And then we'll go through the projects now and how they would be affected. Any questions about the reasons why we're moving this, making this proposal ahead of time?
So if that proposed legislation were to pass, when would that take effect?
Originally, when it was done during the regular session, they said September 1st. So remember back in May or June, you all allowed us to start the process. So we did actually advertise doing this. And then when the legislation failed, we stopped the process. Well, that advertisement allowed us to still continue this process. And so I think the way that legislature works, probably January 1st would be their drop dead date. So we would want to make a sale before then. But again, I think if it doesn't pass in this regular special session, he's going to call a third one, a fourth one until.
And I think
gets
just
his way.
to add to that, we've already issued 6 million to pay for design services for a public safety complex. So there's an expectation and a need for that. And, you know, what happens to, you know, we've already started expending money. We didn't know that there was going to be a special session. That's something I don't think anybody knew, right? But this is a way to be able to build that public safety complex and still be able to build upon other projects as well.
And I would also note, in fact, on tonight's agenda is to hire a construction manager at risk for that project. So that would be a next step in moving that project forward.
Is it possible to lock in the price already? Because the way construction prices are going, what's the price right now is not going to be valid in 4 months, 6 months.
Yes, when we work with the construction manager at risk, when we start bidding the actual project, we will do a not to exceed amounts. And that will be the best we can do. If you weren't to sell the 150 million and then we get locked in at the 15 million, you're talking about that project taking 6, 7 years. And you know those prices will go up every year. So that's why I recommend we would move forward now with Plan B. So under scenario A, we had design of the public safety facility, which would include the police department, emergency operations, fire administration, and IT cybersecurity. We have funding for the ambulance replacement program and replacement of a fire engine. We would also be able to fund the replacement of stations 1 and 2 during that 5-year period. Under scenario B, we'll have to move the replacement of that station out past 2029. We still would do the entire public safety facility. $70 million of the funding that we would ask for of the 150 would go toward that facility. We would speed up the ambulance replacement program a little faster, and we would replace a second engine. The airport scenario doesn't change at all either way. That stays the same. Streets and drainage. We have done a $3.5 million issue in 25. That was for design related to Coffeeport, 14th, and Old Alice. And we had funding for our Cat 4 match with the Texas Water Development Board. And we had funding for sidewalk gaps and alleys. Under scenario B, part of the 150 million would go toward phase 1 of Coffeeport Road, go toward Old Alice. Again, our match for our Texas Water Development Board project, and we would increase the amount for sidewalk gaps and alleys to $1 million. Our parks and trails would stay very similar, except we would add Dennett Road in here. That would be an addition because we have money for the sidewalks. We want to replace, Dennett Road is scheduled to be full reconstruction, complete street. We don't want to spend the money on the sidewalks and not fix the road now. You would want to do that project in total. So you weren't going to put in sidewalks, then have to come back later, tear up all the sidewalks and put the road in. So staff's recommendation would be to move Dennett Road up and do it as a complete street project. And that would fit under scenario B. None of the parks improvements change. The majority of their funding coming from the BCIC money, and that would be not affected by the change in legislation. Under facility maintenance, we have the animal shelter renovation, which is the HVAC, ventilation system, and roof in both years. And we would sell all of the funding for the downtown parking garage as part of that 50 million rather than splitting up that parking. We have issued enough to do the design now, kind of waiting on that. We don't have a location. We got to go through the downtown master plan, but we do have the money now for the design of the downtown parking garage. This is one of the big changes under multimodal. We now have to fund all of the matches for the grant, including the design. That's the $9 million. The other items remain the same. So under scenario A, you can see in FY26 and FY27, we are selling just under $50 million worth of debt in each of those years. The original thought was to split up the cost of the public safety building over 2 or 3 years, 15 million, until we got done in year 3. Again, we need to accelerate getting that revenue in now in order to make that building happen properly. Under scenario B, you can see we're selling $150 million worth of debt now. And then going out 27, 28, 29, it would be right around $14 to $15 million a year. That would be our proposal based on that legislation. So that is the gist of it. I believe we're going to be scheduling a special work session later to go over more detail, the street program and things like that. But this is the main thing that we wanted to cover today. So
we wanted to see if the work session was a good time. We're proposing it since it's more detailed and it involves, getting into the nitty gritty of the streets that would be improved in every district. We felt it would be appropriate to have a separate work session for that. Staff is proposing next Tuesday at 4 o'clock. If that is something that's reasonable to the commission, we could already schedule it and then post for that meeting.
I'm open to that and to having a meeting to focus on our streets.
So in terms of the 5-year CIP that was approved, what projects are being left out?
Well, again, pushed out. I'm going to be optimistic. We'll get them done eventually. Primarily is the replacement of fire stations 1 and 2. That's the big one. That's really the main one. Other stuff is pushed out a year or two. Some stuff that was going to be done in 27 is now being done in 28 or 29. Some stuff that was going to be done in 28, maybe out to 29 or 30. The majority of the program's still going to get done. If you add up the total, 150 million plus 15 million a year for 4 years, we're just short about that 20 million or so. So really it's more of scheduling. And again, the one project that dropped all the way out of the 5 years was the replacement of Fire Station 1 and 2.
And also there is a change also of 14th Street because of International.
Yeah. Right.
The construction of International. So that has nothing to do with anything but trying not to bottleneck those neighborhoods and having 2 projects going on and major arterials close to one another. Yeah. So that is more of a, management, and we understand TechStop projects or other projects get delayed. So we don't want to create the situation of a lot of congestion in that area. Okay. And so that's why 14th Street is proposed to be done
in 27 or 28? 27. We originally had it in 26.
And also the road that can be pushed up in regard to Dennett Road, it's an example of a road that can be. In the next Tuesday's meeting, we'll give you another example of a possible road. That's just the one that's being recommended by staff because of all the subdivisions that's being built. But Stillman Road's another road that comes up a lot. So we just want to get more in depth as to the why of certain roads that are being proposed.
Why not also do the more expensive roads? Because I believe 14th Street is less expensive than Coffee or Old Alice. So as prices go up, shouldn't we do the more expensive roads first?
Well, Coffee Port is the most expensive. It's close to 15 million total. So that one and Old Alice will be first. Old Alice is about 6 and 14th is about 6 million each. So they're roughly the same. Again, it's timing, how we can sell debt, and how we can fit those into the program. And with the construction of International, from a staff perspective, it just made more sense to move 14th out so we wouldn't create that. But yes, you are correct. Nothing's getting cheaper.
In terms of our debt capacity, we're able to do this at in the current, I know we're going to talk about tax rate later, but in the current,
Yeah, what we currently, the scenario that we presented last year had us holding our INS rate, our interest and sinking rate at 25 cents. Having to move up to 150 million, we will not have to increase the INS rate this year, but there will be an increase next year of about 2 cents, depending on how much growth we have. All of our models project 3% growth. This year we had 7%. So my view is it'll probably be less than 2 cents on the INS side, but that's what our modeling is showing at the 3% growth rate. And again, not anticipated, but I want to get the building built. And I think things will be much worse if we wait, both in terms of the cost of the building, the time it takes. It just doesn't make sense to hold off on that building. And that's the big driver, is the public safety building.
And also additionally, the fact that our emergency operations center is the conference room of our central library. So in terms of how we're growing and our economic mobility, some of these buildings are very, in our police department, and if you look, it's very constrained. Just to get out of the parking lot is difficult. And some of the building itself, it's very old, and it's something that I think we really need it. We wouldn't be here pushing for it. We didn't really believe that it was necessary, specifically for the police department. I know fire and admin is in a floor of El Tapiz building on Market Square, which, that second floor is kind of caving in a little bit. So there have been a lot of historical old buildings that even to renovate those would take a lot. And still then we're constrained by space, right? So I think particularly for the police department, I think that's very important for them.
Yeah, that reminded me, another project that's been pushed out of the 5 years is the renovation of the old PD building, which we would plan on relocating people out of City Plaza, El Tapiz. So that's been pushed into 3031 roughly. Now there was another point. I'm sorry. Oh, I would say that in terms of our debt capacity, we are absolutely fine there. We have gotten back our rating from Moody's, and they affirmed our AA3 stable rating. And so they understand exactly what we're doing, and they agree with it. And they gave us very good comments on our bond rating, which we'll be sharing with you, with the whole commission.
questions or comments, Commission? All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Do you want to recess until 5?
So Mayor, we can do proclamations, and then if we still not at 5 o'clock, then we can take a short break and then reconvene at 5 o'clock.
Or we can do executive as well.
We want to be mindful because they are waiting for some people. We did say 5 for proclamation, so I want to honor the time for them to get here to City Hall. Could we do executive session, maybe one item?
Yes, we can do executive session. I think
go.
they're pretty quick.
Call it, man. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to enter executive session at this time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So for the executive session, item number 1 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to 186-25-CMO-RFP for the City of Brownsville, Federal Lobbyist Consulting Services. Item 2 is the closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072 and 551.087 related to the United Soccer League, USL. The time is 4:34. The city commissioners will enter into executive session. We're waiting on Commissioner. Mayor, may we reconvene from executive session?
Yes, please.
The time is 5:08. We will proceed with proclamations into the regular session. Item number one is recognizing a Brownsville a firefighter, paramedics for their support and relief efforts during the Hill Country flooding.
I'd ask those with the fire department, to please come up front, please. So it's my honor to read this proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, honoring the Brownsville Fire Department. Whereas in the early morning hours of July 4th, 2025, the Texas Hill Country experienced unprecedented and catastrophic flooding caused by torrential rainfall that quickly overwhelmed creeks, rivers, and low-lying communities. And whereas the rapid rise of floodwaters swept away vehicles, inundated homes and businesses, and created life-threatening conditions across multiple counties, resulting in fatalities, numerous injuries, and the need for large-scale, multi-agency search and rescue operations. And whereas local and state authorities declared emergencies as the flooding caused extensive infrastructure damage, isolated communities, and challenged first responders with dangerous conditions, swift water hazards, and high heat. And whereas at approximately 8 a.m. on July 4th, 2025, Fire Chief Jared Sheldon received a formal request for personnel through Emergency Medical Task Force 11 to assist with life-saving operations in the affected region. And whereas shortly thereafter, under Chief Sheldon's direction, the Brownsville Fire Department mobilized a specialized response team comprised of one strike team leader, Captain Aaron Lopes, and an ambulance staffed by two paramedics, Fidel Guerrero and Juan Cerillo. And whereas within hours, the team deployed to the Texas Hill Country, joining coordinated rescue efforts alongside local fire departments, law enforcement agencies, emergency medical teams, and disaster relief organizations. And whereas over the course of a 20-day deployment, the team's primary mission was to provide critical medical coverage for search parties in Williamson County and multiple search and rescue teams operating in Travis County, often in challenging terrain and extreme weather conditions. And whereas the team's secondary mission included the solemn and essential task of respectfully documenting individuals recovered during the disaster, ensuring that each recovery was handled with dignity, professionalism, and compassion. And whereas the Brownsville Fire Department's commitment to this mission required long hours, physical endurance, and emotional resilience in the face of difficult and heartbreaking circumstances. And whereas the deployment of these personnel represents the highest traditions of the Brownsville Fire Department and the city of Brownsville, answering the call to serve not only our community, but the broader needs of the state of Texas during times of crisis. And whereas the dedication, skill, and unwavering commitment to service demonstrated by Captain Lopes, Paramedic Guerrero, and Paramedic Cerillo are a credit to themselves, their families, and the city of Brownsville. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby honor and commend Captain Aaron Lopes, Paramedic Fidel Guerrero, and Paramedic Juan Cerillo for their extraordinary service during the July 4th, 2025 Texas Hill Country flood event, and expresses its profound gratitude for their professionalism, courage, and dedication to saving lives under challenging and dangerous conditions, done on this, the 19th day of August, 2025, signed the mayor and the City Commission of Brownsville.
I know in speaking to the city manager of Kerrville, also sends his thank you to our fire department and our city for their support from Dalton.
You can say a few words if you like.
Every time I get in front of a microphone, I like to take a minute to thank my wife and my son for allowing me and us to be of service, and to thank my mom for being my mom. I really lucked out there, and my brother Tim, he's the backbone of the family. But I'd also like to thank the mayor, the commission, city management, and Chief Sheldon for giving us the opportunity to be of service. It was not a joy to be there. My heart still hurts for the Hill Country, but it was an honor to be of service. So thank you again.
And just so you know, City Manager Dalton Rice thanks the city of Brownsville and our fire department for your support.
Proclamation number 2 is recognizing Manuel Alcocer for 20 years of service.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. If I'd like to ask Mr. Manuel Alcocer and his family if you'd like to join us in the front. And it's an honor to read this proclamation and support it today along with Commissioner Macias. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Mr. Manuel Alcocer for his 20-plus years of service. Whereas Manuel Alcocer was born in Mexico City, where he spent much of his youth and began his journey of service and obtained part of his education. He obtained a bachelor's degree in engineering and mechanical engineering and worked in manufacturing in the fields of pharmaceuticals, safety, and fabricating industries. And whereas Mr. Alcocer relocated in Brownsville, Texas in 1982 while working with a fabrication facility and transitioned to setting border operations for MSA, safety equipment manufacturing, and then joining Eaton Corporation in Matamoros in 1987, where he worked for 16 years, during which time he added to his experience in the areas of facilities maintenance, manufacturing, inventory control, scheduling, warehouse management, construction, environmental management, wastewater treatment plants, and waste recycling programs, and obtained a master's degree in industrial engineering from Texas A&I University. And whereas Mr. Alcocer put his extensive knowledge to work in serving the local region and community, serving on a variety of civic boards on both sides of the border, including the Brownsville Economic Development Corporation, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and as a lecturer and adjunct professor with the UT system in the areas of engineering technology, business technology, among many others with the Robert C. Vacker College of Business and Entrepreneurship, with his extensive experience qualified him for. And whereas Mr. Alcocer is a 2011 Leadership Brownsville Class 26 graduate, giving back to the local community through class projects, volunteer work, service, and investment in the local community. And whereas in 2002, Manuel Alcocer was appointed to the...
ready.
Whereas in 2002, Manuel Alcocer was appointed to the City of Brownsville Airport Board, where he served for over 21 years, serving as a key contributor to improvements at the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport, including the construction of the new terminal, built for expansion and dedicated in 2020, finally retiring from the board in December of 2023. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby recognize and celebrate Mr. Manuel Alcocer for 40-plus years of service to the region, including 21-plus years on the Brownsville Airport Board, and encourage our citizens to be inspired to serve by the life and service of Mr. Alcocer. Done on this day, the 19th day of August 2025, signed by the Mayor and City Commission.
I have a couple of things to mention to the group. And I'm really thank you for this recognition. And it's truly an honor to have had the opportunity to serve and give back to our community over the past 21 years. My time on these boards has never felt like work. It has been a privilege. Each board presented unique challenges, opportunities, and lessons. I've learned not only from the successes, but also from the setbacks, both which have deepened my understanding of our city and its growth. These experiences have been invaluable, and I've had the great fortune of sharing what I learned with my students during the academic tenure that I have with UTRGV, bringing real-world insight to the classroom. Among all my board service, my time on the Airport Advisory Board has been the most challenging and also the most rewarding. Helping shape the future Brownsville's aviation infrastructure has been a humbling and exciting journey. Once again, thank you for this recognition and for the continued opportunity to serve our community.
Item number 3 is the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley UTRGV 10th anniversary.
Proclamation. Proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas recognizes and celebrates the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley 10th anniversary. Whereas the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley is celebrating its 10th anniversary in August 2025, and whereas known for its broad range of academic programs, affordable tuition, and supportive campus environment, the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley is an award-winning institution that has conveyed more than 60,000 degrees since opening its doors in 2015. And whereas significant accomplishments during the university's first decade of operation include adding 42 new bachelor, master's, doctoral, and professional degree programs, and an increase in research expenditures of nearly 600%. Ongoing student success is reflected in the university's record-breaking enrollment, retention, and graduation rates. And where this exemplary institution made historic strides in medical education when it opened the only school of medicine in South Texas in 2016. And it has since expanded quality healthcare services in the region with 25 clinical care sites throughout the Rio Grande Valley. And the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley opened its first school of podiatric medicine in 2022, and will further expand student opportunities with the opening of the first comprehensive academic cancer and surgery center in 2025, and the state's second school of optometry in 2027. And whereas in 2021, the University Student Government Association executed a student referendum that would enhance campus life by adding a Division I football championship subdivision team and other programs. And in the fall of 2025, the football team will kick off its inaugural season and establish the first Division I college program. And the university and in the region. And whereas the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley has earned national acclaim for its commitment to value, social mobility, and economic impact, and has been ranked the #1 best public university in Texas for the value and social mobility by the Wall Street Journal. The school has further gained recognition as a community-engaged university by the Carnegie Foundation. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of authority invested by the charter of said city, do hereby commemorate the 10th anniversary for the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and extend to its leaders, faculty, and staff congratulations on a decade of success and best wishes for the future. Done on this day, the 19th day of August 2025.
Mayor Cowan, City Commissioners, good afternoon, and thank you so much for adopting a proclamation recognizing UTRGV's 10th anniversary. My name is Ruben Obel. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations at UTRGV, and it has been our great pleasure to serve our students from across the Rio Grande Valley, including those on the border by the sea and beyond. On behalf of our founding president, Dr. Guy Bailey, and all of us at UTRGV, thank you for your service and support for the regional university. It's hard to believe it's been 10 years. UTRGV stretches over 120 miles and has locations throughout the entire Rio Grande Valley from South Padre Island to Rio Grande City. At a time when enrollment is declining at many universities, we've grown UTRGV to over 34,000 students and graduated 60,000 students. In less than 10 years, we've added over 45 degree programs at the bachelor, graduate, doctoral, and professional levels. As you know, football season is here. The Vaqueros will kick off, like the resolution stated, its Division I college football program on August the 30th. That's in a week and a half. I look forward to seeing you at the games. As excited as we are about football, we are most proud that UTRGV has and continues to do some wonderful work right here in the All-American city of Brownsville, Texas. The Brownsville campus is home to the Center for Human Genetics, who does plenty of work within the Diabetes and Obesity Institute. Commissioner Martinez, you were at the ribbon cutting. Our School of Medicine opened its Area Health Education Center at the Bob Clark Social Service Center, who aid the rural and disadvantaged areas. In March 2023, UTRGV and HCA Healthcare announced its creation of physician residencies here in Brownsville. That is, resident physicians in Brownsville and other areas. By 2029, we plan to seat 150 total resident physicians. The School of Social Work expanded its footprint in Brownsville, in the Brownsville campus and office out of the Cueto building. Commissioner Villarreal, you were at the conference. Mayor, we spoke to you about cybersecurity and informatics, a signature program for UTRGV's Brownsville campus and a study that is more important than ever these days. eBridge, a collaboration between the City of Brownsville, BCIC, UTRGV, the COG, and EDA. Everyone in that building is doing excellent work. I see it every day. The Majestic, where my mother took me to see Star Wars in 1977. I remember it well. I think you'll be pleased with the plans in store, Mayor. Early college high schools, the university has a dual credit program and formed a partnership with St. Joseph Academy and BEX, which will allow students to earn up to 24 college credits at no cost whatsoever. The South Texas Space Science Institute was founded at the Brownsville campus. They too are making great strides in space sciences. Let's not forget our world-class chess program, four-time national champions, who they call Brownsville home. Engineering, the Duckhead, a lot of other things that we are working closely with you and your team, Mayor. The investments made here are literally in the millions. And I think, Mayor, you'll be speaking to our faculty at the Welcome Back, I think, in a couple of weeks. Much has happened over the last decade, but none of this would be possible without strong partnerships. Let's continue to solidify that partnership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your friendship. Mayor, Commissioners, you often hear, book 'em, sometimes gig 'em, but around here we say, V's up, rally the valley. Thank you so much.
Now we will enter into the public comment period. Section 2-26, under the meetings and agendas, under conduct, says that that conversation between and among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. And attendees should refrain from conversation while the commission is in session. B, that cell phones and attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular, telephone, pagers, and et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission's proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, that displays and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only the city commission members and our staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's recording. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to an individual commission members. Before you, we received 6 that have been pre-registered. However, 2 wish not to speak. We'll start off with Sean Ayers. The time will be displayed at the screen as soon as you state your name. For the record, it will start the timer.
Hello, my name is Sean Ayers. I'm here to make a complaint about something. A lot of people's like, what's the point of life? Our point is just to prepare the next generation for their suffering and misery like ours. But it is no good if the next generation has to be around dope houses like that at 810 East Tyler Street, right by the recreation center where you have families and children going. I've made a complaint to the police department about 810 East Tyler Street and the dope being poured out of that place at night. Furthermore, I've made one to the city, I've made one to the police, and I've complained to the city because you can condemn the place because it has no power and water, meaning you could do the right thing and condemn a dope house that is in very close vicinity to a recreation center with children and people not trying to be around that. I would think it would be beneficial if the police could do something, but if you wanted to really shut down a dope house, there hasn't been water and power at that residence for at least a year. They live there. They don't live there during the day. They stay there at night and they sell drugs out of the house. They do drugs in the house. So if you could have the police do something about that and the city, it would be easier if the city just came in and condemned it to protect the children at the rec center and to keep crime out of our neighborhoods. But I guess egg is on the face of the city and the police because this has went on for a long time with no police interdiction, no city interdiction. And it seems like if you try to talk to someone in the city or the police about this problem at 810 East Tyler Street, nothing. I would hope that y'all would give interdiction to this problem and the police. That is 810 East Tyler Street. Please condemn it or arrest the people there.
The next speaker we have is Yolanda Spees. The timer will start after you state your name for the record.
Yolanda Spees. So, we've had another week, another reason to stand here. I want to talk about trust. People judge us by the choices we make, not slogans or catchphrases. This month, the city celebrated a local figure with a proclamation. Soon after, the same person showed up on a booking post with a mugshot, his mugshot. Community saw both. What people want now is simple. Clear standards for recognition, clear communication if circumstances change, no spin, no gaslighting, just plain answers. We also watched updates after the officer-involved shooting on July 28th. 2 people died. 2. When events like this happen, families, neighbors look for more than just a simple little press release. They look for a public after-action summary that explains what was learned and what will be done differently so that this doesn't happen anymore. Training, supervision, timeliness, all that matters. Silence doesn't build confidence, but clarity does. On the utility side, people are still asking about refunds and rate changes tied to the PUB audit. They want dates, amounts, the math. If a refund is planned, say when and how much. If rates are adjusted, show the impact on a typical bill. We don't need slogans. We need receipts. SpaceX may test again next week. City already warned about possible sonic booms. Thank you for that. Please keep the notices early, plain, and bilingual because not everybody in the area speaks one language. People plan, work, and sleep around those sounds. Respect goes a long way when you give people time to prepare. Here is my ask. First, publish a simple policy for proclamations and city recognitions that includes what happens as serious concerns arise. Second, commit to public after-action briefs for major police incidents with a timeline for any training or policy changes. Third, post a clean PUB refund rate tracker that shows dates, dollars, and progress. None of this requires heroes. It requires habits. Speak plainly, show the work, close the loop. If someone on the commission can meet with me after the meeting or sometime this week, it's not like you all don't have my contact info. I'd like to discuss setting up a town hall. People need more than 3 minutes to be heard. The more you all listen, the easier it becomes to lead, and the better we know what we have to do to make this city a better place.
Kent Myers.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission members. My name is Dr. Kent Myers, and I am the first city administrator for the city of Starbase. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I wanted to introduce myself and tell you a little bit about what's going on with Starbase, and also to express our appreciation for all the support that we've been given by your city staff during the last couple of months. My background is city management. I spent 42 years as city manager in 5 different cities. Retired about 3 years ago from the city of Fredericksburg, where I was there for 10 years. And so for those of you that have been to Fredericksburg, you can probably appreciate the quality of life that I got to enjoy during my 10 years there. When I retired about 3 years ago, I helped form a company called Clear Career Professionals. We help cities around Texas recruit for management positions. In fact, we've done a couple of recruitments for the city of Brownsville, including your director of procurement and your lead veterinarian positions. So formed that company a couple of years ago. Starbase was incorporated, of course, on May the 3rd. Election was successful. And the official date of the city is May the 20th, when the county canvassed votes and the city was officially established. I was brought on board as city administrator at the first meeting towards the end of May, and it's been a very exciting experience over the last couple of months. We've actually accomplished quite a bit during that period. I won't go through the whole list of accomplishments, but we've had 5 city commission meetings. We've had about 100 items on the agenda, which probably doesn't seem like a lot for a large city like this, but you keep in mind, Starbase is only about 500 people right now. So having 100 agenda items is pretty ambitious. We've approved zoning codes, subdivision regulations, a comp plan. We've hired our contract employees. We've done nuisance regulations and quite a few other decisions. A lot of these activities would not have been possible without the support of the city of Brownsville. And I wanted to, again, commend Helen and her staff. We've worked very closely with her and the staff here at City Hall. Right now, we're working with the health department. You'll see something on your future agenda for an interlocal agreement for the city to provide us mosquito testing services. And of course, we work closely with your fire department and your police department. So real spirit of cooperation we've enjoyed, and your staff is always very responsive to us, very accessible, and we really appreciate this. So a lot of things would not be possible with that kind of support. Moving forward, we're going in the coming year, we're going to be working on law enforcement services, fire services, continuing to improve the quality of life in our community with additional parks and recreation opportunities, and creating some new facilities there, hopefully a new city hall in the next couple of years. So again, a lot of plans for the future. We've got a great team in place. We've got our Caroline Cole, our city clerk, is here with us. And we also use Carr Riggs Ingram as our accountant. Half is our engineer. So a lot of local support here in the community. We use local companies. So thank you again for your cooperation and your partnerships. We look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
And the last speaker is Ms. Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I'm poor, I'm hungry, and because of that, I was thrown in jail. I've been coming in here for the past 2 years. My issue is with the city ordinance resolutions that prohibit that the poor and the hungry ask for money on the city right-of-ways, meaning the streets and the sidewalks. Blocking is a word on that resolution. Blocking is a misleading word. It makes the public think, and the police, that the poor and the hungry, we are a bunch of criminals, monsters. Poor people, hungry people, we don't block the streets. We let the people walk by, and then we ask for money. Public comment is a misleading word. It makes the commissioners think that the things that we say here, it don't mean nothing. It's just a bunch of shit. My public comments are not public comments. I've been demanding for 2 years a change on the resolutions with no appeal. Yolanda's public comments, they ain't no public comments. She wants justice. She was harassed and mistreatment by the police use of force. So far, there is no response, not that I know. The city resolutions, they need the consent of the public. The public needs to decide it in a referendum whether they accept these resolutions or not. These city ordinances, like I said before, they came from the past. They shouldn't exist anymore. These city ordinances, they are in conflict with the ruling of the Supreme Court, allowing the Americans the constitutional right to do whatever they want with their money, including giving money to the poor and to the hungry. These city ordinances, they are in conflict with the demanding this is with the demanding of God that
Thank you, sir.
I mean, at this time, we're going to take a short recess to celebrate Mr. Alcocer's Punch and Cake, and then we'll return to the city manager's update. Oh,
Oh, no, they're fine. No,
they're fine. Oh, okay.
there's
Well,
no-
we'll wait till. No recess?
Yeah, we'll take a short recess. We'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, this is just an announcement. It wasn't meant to be a recess. Sorry. This is not a recess. Unless you want a recess. Okay, okay. So we're gonna move forward the meeting, but we wanted to invite the family members to go and have, and thank you, commissioners, for being so graceful in in the cake and the punch and the celebration for the family. Okay, so we will not recess. Thank you.
The recipient of the 2025 Outstanding Government Lawyer Award.
So this prestigious award recognizes an awesome practicing attorney serving in government or in a government law related field that has made really profound impact in its community and in public service. You exemplify the highest ideals of dedication, professionalism, and ethical integrity. Is a great colleague and working partner to our mayor, city commission, and to our staff, and has yielded significant benefits to the government and to our public. In 2019, Mr. Guillermo Will Trevino received the Rising Advocate Award and holds the unique distinction of holding not only being the only attorney in Texas to have earned both the Rising Advocate Award and the Outstanding Government Lawyer Award under the government law section, a testament to his career and his love of community service, excellence, and impact. So congratulations to Mr. Trevino on his well-deserved nomination. We appreciate you, Will.
Thank you very much. I'm not one for pomp and circumstance, but I did want to thank, of course, the city commission for allowing me the opportunity to serve you all, the city and city staff. We have a great team in place with Helen and her team. And then we also have a great city attorney's office, which are all on the first roll. I would have them stand up, but since I'm standing up myself, I don't want to be a hypocrite, but thank you so much.
Item 2, recognizing the Aviation Day.
So I think we have our airport director here and staff and our
The board
airport
stepped out.
advisory board member, I think I saw.
You can fly in here.
There she is. Thank you, Ms. Patricia Guillermo. I appreciate you for being here. So National Aviation Day, established by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1939, celebrates the history and advancements of aviation from the pioneers of flight like Charles Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart to the modern innovations that continue to shape our skies. This day encourages public awareness of the aviation's impact to the community. Brownsville South Powder International Airport's mission is to connect Brownsville, South Powder Island, and the Rio Grande Valley to the world and beyond. So congratulations, and let's all celebrate.
Angel, over there. You had a ball? Over there by the dais by their feet. No, right. Your beach ball. You had it in your pocket? Yo.
My name is Patricia Guillermo, and I am the secretary for the Brownsville, South Padre Island International Airport Board. And we really want to thank you for this recognition. The staff over there work so hard and have been doing so much recently. We're so proud of our new terminal. We're really gaining ground now and flying up in the air. We've already started with a wonderful advertising company, and some new billboards are up. If you've seen them around, we hope you have. But we want to thank you all for recognizing us and really appreciate all the help that you give us, this community, our airport, everywhere. Thank you all from our hearts.
Presentations, item number one, is the SNAP annual report presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commission, for allowing us to give you a brief presentation about a scholarship program that the Special Needs Advisory Board Committee has been working on. And I'm here on their behalf. I'm part of the committee, and I'm here to introduce Virginia Peña, Virginia Peña, who is the chair of the committee, the scholarship committee. She has been the major editor and auditor, and also the one that has pushed this project through. Thank you, and I'd like to introduce her now.
Hello, I just want to thank you guys for including us in today's agenda. And I wanted to get started, and this is part of our annual presentation. We're just introducing what we're calling a scholarship program. And this is a program that we're proposing. And what this would do, it would be designed to assist individuals with documented disabilities in pursuing higher education or vocational training. And this $1,000 grant seeks to reduce financial barriers, recognize personal achievements, and support inclusive education. And this, the proposed eligibility criteria for this, they must have a documented physical, intellectual, sensory, or mental health disability as defined by the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act. And they must be enrolled or planning to enroll in an accredited college, university, or vocational trade school. And they must reside in Brownsville. And priority would be given to students demonstrating financial need, but it would be open to all. And with the use of funds and with the scholarships would be used for things like tuition books, assistive technology, or other approved education-related expenses. And this was another proposal. It could be anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per scholarship recipient. And as far as the funding sources, they can consist of any approved source. Suggestions that we came up with, but are not limited to One City Golf Tournament proceeds, SNAP board budget that we're proposing, or community sponsorships. And as far as their funding requests, recently the Special Needs Advisory Committee voted unanimously to request an annual budget of $2,500. And from this budget, $2,000 would be used for scholarships to award students who are residents of Brownsville, and $500 would be used for advocacy purposes, including travel and participating in local community events. And do you all have any questions or comments?
My only comment is, first off, thank you so much. I love this idea. And second off, happy birthday. Today's your birthday, so happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your commitment in servicing every day, all day.
Thank you.
I'd like to echo that and thank you for what you do on this board. It's a great benefit to our community and our special needs community especially, right? And I definitely support this initiative, so thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is the hotel and occupancy tax funding of recommendations.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Mali Montesamo, Assistant Director for the Convention and Visitors Bureau and Office of Space Commerce. Tonight, we will be presenting the recommendations for funding for the hotel occupancy tax applicants. Starting off with a little bit of a background on hotel occupancy tax. Within the city of Brownsville, we collect a total of 7%, 7% of every occupancy tax that is collected from the hotels within the city limits. This 7%, we provide the opportunity of local organizations that attract tourism to be funded through this occupancy tax. And we have legal requirements from the state to use these taxes. They have to directly promote tourism and promote the hotel and convention industry. And they have to fall under the 9 categories that are authorized by the state. Number 1, convention centers or visitor information centers. 2, the convention registration. 3, advertising, promotions, and tourism marketing. 4, promotion of the arts. 5, historical restoration and preservation. 6, sporting events, non-regular season. 7, enhancement of sporting attractions. 8, transportation system for tourists. And 9, signage for tourism promotion. There's a couple of non-eligible items, and the main ones are funding for the benefit of individuals that do not promote tourism, the reductions of deficits from previous years, previous events, capital improvements, contracted auditing, accounting or bookkeeping fees, landscaping, and travel for a person that does not attend an event that is directly promoting tourism. There is a cap for promotion of the arts and historic preservation, which is a 15% out of the total collection, 15% for historic preservation, and 15% for promotion of the arts. That is 15. Our timeline for this year, fiscal year 25, we started off in March with the review of the application. In April, we announced the opening and closure dates for the application window. The application was opened close to 7 weeks between May and June, a little bit over June. We presented the to you based on the finance budget calendar. Once we propose the funding and it gets approved by City Commission, we continue to the distribution. And the last and final step, we proceed with the organizations that are funded for their contracts and release of funds. This year, we received 17 applications for hotel occupancy tax. First ones, you're gonna see on the list, CVB, 3 Bad Productions, Brownsville Historical Association, Society for the Performing Arts, Camille Playhouse, Charles Days, Children's Museum of Brownsville, Holiday Village, the Lone Star Games, Gladys Porter Zoo, Gorga Science Foundation, which is Sable Palm Sanctuary, Latinx Voces, Media Cultural District, Q7 Sports, Raft Run Adventures, Rio Grande Lodge number 81, and Texas Southmost College. Just to provide you a little bit of a data, in fiscal year 2025, which is the current fiscal year, we happily funded 18 organizations in total with a little bit over $2.1 million. This year's request out of the 17 applicants, it's a little bit over $3 million. And we expect the funding for fiscal year 2026 out of the 7% to be $2.3 million. you will see the recommendations as follows. Starting off, CVB 1.2, Gladys Porter Sue requested 550. Brownsville Historical Association 250,000. Children's Museum of Brownsville 122,000. Child Days 130,000. Brownsville Society for the Performing Arts 50,000. Media Cultural District 114,000. Gorka Science Foundation 44,300. Camille Playhouse 33,460. Holiday Village 15,000. Q7 Sports 300,000. 3 Bat Productions 30,000. Texas Southmost College 40,000. Rap Run Adventures 20,000. Latinx Voces 45,000. The Lone Star Games 50,000. And Rio Grande Lodge number 81 $3,600,823. That is the one in pink. You're going to see the proposed in green out of the eligible expenses, which is right in the middle. And that is a proposed for funding of these organizations. If you have any
Molly,
questions.
can you explain, there's one that you're saying recommendation to apply through CVB Advisory Board. Can you speak to the Run Adventures and also how you arrive at the eligible expenses?
Yes. So Reverend Adventures, out of the 20,000 that they requested, 1,500 is eligible, which is for their advertising efforts. We do have our CVB Advisory Board, which supports small entrepreneur events, and they do have funding available, and which it does qualify. So we are recommending for them with this same application to apply for the CVB Advisory Fund. And the eligible expenses is based on their application. So every single organization that applied, there's based on the 9 categories. They provide their budget, they provide what they're going to be using the funding for, and that's how we provide the exact numbers for their eligible expenses.
Molly, can you be so kind? Can you speak a little more over the Lone Star Games? It's my first time I'm hearing this.
Yes. So the Lone Star Games, they hosted, it's a CrossFit Games. So they hosted the first tournament this year at the sports park, and they are requesting funding for advertising efforts. It is the first time that they apply, and it's CrossFit. So it qualifies as sporting advertising.
Thank you.
This is my first time hearing about the Rio Grande Lodge. And then TSC College, is it like one specific event and that gets funded, or how does it work?
Yes, so Texas Southmost College applied for their anniversary conference, and they are requesting funding for advertising and entertainment. That is for Texas Southmost College.
Brings heads to beds?
Yes, based on their application, they provided for outside not students, alumni that will be coming in. Yes, they will be generating heads to beds.
Which was the Rio Grande Lodge?
Sorry, and about the Rio Grande Lodge, it's, if I'm not mistaken, on 12, it's right across from the cathedral.
Jefferson and 12.
Jefferson and 12. And they requested funding for a special event, which it's a first time event. And the second one was for their historic building on 12th and Jefferson. So based on the application, it is a first time event that they wanted to host, but we do see the priority on supporting the preservation for the building. They have provided information and details on how the 3rd floor, if I'm not mistaken, needs restoration.
That is an allowable expense under HOT.
Yes.
Hi, Molly. I have a question. I know that the Brownsville Historical Association has not been awarded historic preservation funds since 2022, and I do believe it is an eligible expense. I know that they operate 7 historic sites that all need maintenance. Is there a reason why?
I can respond to hotel occupancy tax. They have received funding, and I'll pass it on to city manager's office for the additional funding.
I can speak to that. They receive funding from the general fund under a contract with them, and we're in the process of discussing next year's contract with them right now. And so we're aware of that situation. And so we are going to be trying to address that particular piece through the general fund. We also have a significant amount of certificates of obligation that are going toward the Neal House. And so we are making a significant contribution toward a historical structure, but we will be bringing back a general fund recommendation for you regarding their 2026 agreement. Does that help?
Yes, no, I was just wondering because I know that out of this particular bucket, they had received funds for preservation in 2022. And since then, they have not been awarded it.
That is correct. We've been helping this year. We helped them with they tented it for termites. We covered that expense. We've been helping them with some HVAC expenses from our internal services general fund. So it is a city building, so we do understand our obligation to assist them and make sure that it stays intact.
Thank you.
And I can add a little bit on the historic preservation and in advertising for all of their museums. They have used funding awarded from hotel occupancy tax for historic preservation.
What's Q7 Sports?
U7 Sports is a sporting organization. They are the ones that hold the Summer International Cup at the Brownsville Sports Park, the Princess Cup. And
It's happened 3 times this year, hasn't it?
yes,
It what?
it has happened 3 times this year. They have done previous tournaments last year, also with the city of, in Brownsville Sports Park.
I have a question. How much funding is available in the CVB Advisory Special Event Fund?
15,000.
Is that an annual allocation?
Yes.
I also wanted to ask, does this include the short-term rental?
The collection?
I know we went after short-term
Yes,
rental.
no, the short-term rental collection is a separate bucket.
Okay, I
because
just
the
wanted to make
policy-
sure.
The policy that the mayor and city commission approved was that we don't have money for like special events and special
Correct.
concerts, special like if you wanted to have a concert at the sports park, right? We don't have a pot of money for that. And so in your policy, what you approved is that money would be set aside for those types of larger events that we can't afford. We cannot afford. So that's, but we
Separate.
barely started it and we'll be reporting on that. We're barely getting our first Airbnbs to start paying into that fund. So it's going to take a little while to gain that momentum. But ultimately, any project that we would want to use for that fund would go to the commission for approval, since it's a special events fund.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Cardenas, to provide you a little bit more of information on Q7 Sports this year, within 3 to 4 nights, they generated 689 nights just for one tournament for the city.
So do all of these organizations though have a history of showing that they are bringing in tourism? Because
Yes.
some of these, I mean, I've been out for 2 years, but I've never heard of them. And so I'm just curious, like, are they?
We track the data. Besides, every organization provides their visitor log, how they collect their own data from outside visitors. And we support it through our platform, which is Placer AI, that we can see where people are coming from and if they're staying overnight. So yes, we do have data.
Staff has also worked this year differently with Travis James from TXP, our economic development consultant. Because in some cases, our organizations can help indirectly in hotel occupancy. So if there's a conference, for example, there's going to be, they offer their services and their museums and their places to visit. And so they can get credit from a conference that maybe they're not hosting, but because those conference members go to their, like the Children's Museum, then the Children's Museum gets credit for that. That's an example. When we hosted the Texas City Managers Association conference, that's an example. We had a whole caravan of families that came to the zoo, to the Children's Museum, to other areas. And so they're kind of, while it's not their conference, they do get credit because those people came to the city from out of town and went to those museums.
Are you still working on this, or is this,
This is a proposal.
that's your proposal?
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mali.
Consent agenda items, Mayor and City Commissioners, I would like to pull items 1 and 14 from the consent agenda.
And I'd also ask to pull out number 12.
So I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items 2 through 11, 13.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
On item number 1, under the minutes, updated minutes has been provided at the dais for you to review. If you turn to page 18, the change from the opposition from Macias to Galansky to be reflected, as well as on page 22, Commissioner Galansky moved to appoint Jesus Rudy Flores. That has been updated for your consideration and approval.
I move to approve the revised minutes of August 5th.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Also on the public hearing, it was item number
12.
12.
12, I'm sorry, item number 12. I stated 14, it was incorrect. Item number 12, Commissioner Galansky submitted and filed a conflict of interest form, and then that will still suffice for this meeting, as she would like to be recused from that item from voting.
That's on number 14. But on number 12, I wanted to pull it out to be considered separately because I voted against it. And so I just wanted to, again, voice my record or even motion to table it if others are open to that.
I'm open to it.
So do you want to? Okay, so I'll move to table number 12 to bring it back for consideration.
I think she has to read number 12, right? Do you have to read the item?
I can, item number 12 is the consideration and action on the second reading and the final reading on ordinance number 235-2025-008 to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the residential suburban R2 to allow a duplex development for Lot 9, Block 5 of San Benito, partition of the Wymore Tract, Cameron County, Texas, located at Dennett Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown as Exhibit A, District 3.
I'll move to table it.
Second.
Sure, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Sorry, I do have discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have a comment.
Why?
So the residents, we got all an email, I think everyone, that requesting to table it. I don't know if there's residents who are hoping to come to voice their opposition to it. At any rate, I voted against it previously, and I just wanted to go on the record that I'm against it. So I'm trying to preserve my objection.
Okay.
But if, I guess we do need to say like motion to table it with either giving the opportunity for residents to show up at the next time, or if there's gonna be any change. And if I'm in the minority on this, then maybe we just need to approve it, but I just want to have my objection on the record.
Martina, then I have a question for you. Did we receive written opposition?
For this particular case, there was opposition because of the
Yes.
flood concerns that were previously stated at the other meetings. However, as proactive action, there were community outreach meetings with the community across the development that's being proposed, which is Tradition Estates. And as previously mentioned, it was explained how the proposed subdivision is draining to the south and is completely independent from any watersheds to which the Tradition Estates subdivision alleviates flooding during rainfall events. And it was also mentioned that an additional watershed was being created, which to my understanding has now been completed. So there's that additional improvement that was done by the Public Works Department to alleviate that concern.
I will just clarify, sorry, Mayor. I will just clarify, it was a ditch that was completed, not a watershed.
Did the opposition show up to the public hearing to meet with staff
Well, we have the community outreach meeting. We did have,
or the public meeting? I'm sorry.
yes,
Community outreach.
yes. People did attend.
Because I think the concerns that we received today were, there were other items besides the drainage issues. There's the traffic impact. I know we did a study, right? And so I think there's still some serious concerns from this group that I think they need to be heard at a, there needs to be another meeting with them to make sure that their concerns are fully heard. Because I think they do have some valid points, that maybe we can talk with.
We can set up a follow-up meeting, Mayor, to meet with them. Just for your awareness on the concerns, part of the reason Dennett is being, one of the roads that's presented is because we are aware of the traffic concerns in that area. But we'll definitely meet with them to hear their concerns and then report back to you at the next commission meeting.
Appreciate it.
Dolo, is this the one that we spoke about, the drainage? Didn't we also check the traffic?
This originally was tabled to complete a traffic study. The drainage, like Martin mentioned, this property drains to the
To the
south,
opposite side, you showed it to us
south.
on the map and.
Correct, and the traffic study did show that this does not negatively impact Dennett Road because of the volume of homes that are being built. However, the residents still feel concerns. There is a large amount of traffic on Dennett Road. We are aware of the conditions of the Dennett Road. Part of the reason that it's being proposed for improvements and consideration. TxDOT recently approved a road traffic signal to be installed at Dennett Road and Paredes Line Road. So it is an area that we are aware, and several improvements are being considered for this area.
Mr. Garcia, do we know of approximately date of more or less when we can get that traffic light there on Dennett Road in Paredes?
March of next year? March or next year, yes.
March of next year?
26, yes. They'll begin installation, right? And then it'll be on there for 3 months and flashing and all the fun stuff.
And then earlier during the workshop, there was mention that maybe Dennett Road could be a complete street, but when would that be considered?
2 years.
You said that?
Yeah.
That'll be part of the presentation at the special meeting that we'll be having.
And that would be when, Mr. Garcia?
Tuesday, the 26th.
Tuesday.
It's right in time, so we're proposing that you all have a special workshop on your capital improvement program next Tuesday at 4, and to consider one of the roads that can possibly be moved up is Dennett Road.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we do have a motion and a second to table. All right, if, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Please have it, motion carries.
Item number 14 is the consideration and action on the second and final reading on ordinance number 235-2025-011 to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the residential suburban to allow the duplex development for lot 17 through 32, inclusive lot 5, Florida Estates, a subdivision, section 2, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1273 at Titusville Street, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 1.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. For the record,
Commissioner
Commissioner Galarski was not present.
I'm gonna let her. Moving on to the public hearing. A public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1779 to disannex and hereinafter reduce the city boundaries limits at property described as being 5.00 acres of land out of 12.421 acre tract out of lot 36, Paredes Tract Partition, Subdivision D, Cameron County, Texas, located on J. Clive 3 Drive, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So in this particular situation, we have a voluntary petition to disannex from corporate limits of the city. The petition is done by the following individuals: Mrs. Esmeralda Escobedo, Mariela Salazar, and Juan Manuel Martinez. This is a 5-acre tract, and it, according to the developers, it will be the future site to single-family residential subdivision. The property is fronting Cavazos Road, also known as J. Clive III Drive. And this petition is done under Chapter 43 of the Municipal Disannexation, and it went through the proper avenues to get to where we are this evening. This is just a list of the municipal services that are part of our service plan or service agreement between a developer and the city. It includes police protection, fire protection, emergency medical services, solid waste collection, public water and sewer services, road, street maintenance, maintenance of parks, playgrounds, and swimming pools, vector control, and maintenance of other public facilities. However, the claim from the developer is that these services are not, or some of these services are not available to the property. And just to provide a little bit of background, back in 2023, the 10 acres that are directly north to this property were also disannexed for the same reason. And so this is the map of the property. What's in the yellow polygon represents the 5 acres that are being disannexed or under the petition of disannexation. And this is a survey submitted by the developer. And so we bring this item forth to you to make a decision. Any questions?
I have a question. Can you go back?
Sure.
One more? So what happens to that little piece in between them?
That one would stay within city limits.
So the city would take like electricity there, or how does it work?
Well, not until services are extended or they themselves want to develop the property, then they would be responsible for that extension.
Okay. No, I think it is important for us to understand that anybody can de-annex, correct?
So,
anybody has the ability to de-annex.
correct.
So thank you.
And Martin, so the street, which I think the yellow line is going over though, does it become the city's responsibility to maintain it or does it absolve the city from having to keep it up? Because I'm thinking that's their access, right? That street that intersects with Toledo.
or not?
Yeah, so the road J. Clyde Drive III extends from Dr. Hugh Emerson all the way to their property and even goes a little bit beyond.
No, isn't the yellow property, yeah, so the yellow squares where they want to,
De-annex.
de-annex, right? So there's a street, I think that the yellow line is going over. Whose responsibility does it become to maintain it if it's no longer within the city limits?
Then it passes to be the county.
Okay, all right.
Any other
Okay.
questions or comments?
So they, just to clarify, they do not own the road. It still remains under city jurisdiction.
The street?
Yes.
The one, I can't see the name of it, but okay.
It's
One that
Jake-
intersects Toledo.
It's Cavazos Road, or also known as J. Clive Drive III.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name for the record.
You can go ahead, ma'am. We just opened up public hearing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Esmeralda Escobedo, and I have here my partners, Mariela Salazar and Juan Martinez. We have interest in this annexing, this annex on these 5 acres due to numerous of things that are going on in this area where we being served, the service that we are having there are due to no city of Brownsville, water, no sewer, police, ambulance, electrical, and the area of J. Clive Third Drive is currently being served by Cameron County. We are asking the commissioners to approve our request of this annex from Brownsville, Cameron County. Last year, 10 acres under Emerald Debt Solutions were disannexed in the same area. Part of this road, the orange area that you see on this paper, is not being owned by anyone because it has not been serviced. Mr. and Mrs. Cavazos own the 12 acres on the opposite side. And we have the 5 acres. You guys were asking who was gonna do the road. Well, that's what we're gonna have to figure it out with the county. I do have a meeting Monday to discuss that.
So your clients, they own the green square, right? Or the rectangle?
Correct.
And, okay, and so then, right now, the condition of that orange strip that you highlighted is?
Nobody wants to put a hand on it because nobody owns it, not this county, not Brownsville, nor the Cameron County.
And so, assuming this is north, so south of it, south of it is where they disannexed 2 years ago?
North.
The pink square? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, right. But then there's gonna be a little strip that's isolated, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
any questions?
Anyone else that wishes to address the commission?
Move to close public hearing.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
Do you have
opposed say
something,
nay.
Martin?
Yes, and
Public
Commissioner
hearing now
Glasgow, just to
closed.
clarify, the area in pink is what's outside city limits.
Outside city limits, yes.
That's right.
No.
Yeah, that was,
And
thank you. I move to approve
the
Second.
request, right? to
the
disannex.
request to de-annex.
I second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Please have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Public hearing, item number 2, is a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-013 to rezone from the residential suburban R2 and the traditional and neighborhood corridor TNC to the residential tradition R3 to allow a multifamily development for an 8.41 acre tract of land consisting of 3.97 acres out of Block 9 and all of Block 10, Esperanza Place subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 4938 Southmost Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 1.
So this request is to upzone a dually zoned property. The subject property is currently, has a zoning designation of residential suburban and traditional neighborhood corridor. They would like to upzone to residential transition to accommodate a multifamily development. The property is fronting Southmost Boulevard. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 70 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And as you can see, there's a strip of land basically creating a buffer between Southmost Boulevard and the red polygon, which is a property that's being rezoned. That buffer of land is under the ownership of the developer, and they just want to maintain the zoning. They want to keep it the way it is right now because it's commercial zoning. They would like to use that area for commercial business. This is a zoning map, and as you can see, there is a residential suburban to the south and to the north, traditional neighborhood to the north. There's also a residential transition to the northeast. And as mentioned, there is that strip or buffer of land that is currently zoned traditional neighborhood corridor, which is considered commercial zoning. This is another aerial view of the property. And staff did recommend the approval to rezone from residential suburban and traditional neighborhood corridor to residential transition, as well as P&Z at their meeting. Any questions?
Martin, can you share where the entrance would be for this area?
Yes, it's not shown here. They're not required to submit a site plan for a rezoning. However, they would be either proposing 1 or 2 entrances that would be connecting southmost to this property to the rear. And on either side of the entrance, that's where they would have the commercial establishment or commercial lots that they would be proposing. Well, because they will have.
Let me rephrase that one more time so it could be on the record.
Sure.
I was asking because there's several entrances on Southmost Boulevard that I can see, and it's along the curve of that. Does that pose any safety concerns?
Well, because they will have to plat the property. Currently, it's not platted, and to develop it, they will have to go through that process. One of the requirements or one of the reviews will be done by traffic, and also because this is a state maintained driveway. I'm sorry, it was state maintained road. It will be examined by TxDOT, and they will determine if the entrances that are being proposed have sufficient distance in between one another.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 3, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-014 to rezone from the commercial corridor CC to the residential single-family R1 to allow a single-family residence for a 1.229 acre tract out of the east 10.0 acre tract of Block 13, El Jardín subdivision, Share 19, Espiritu Santo Branch, Cameron County, Texas, located at 3495 Old Port Isabel Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2.
So the request for this particular property is to downzone it from commercial corridor to residential single family. The proposed use is for a single family residence. The property is fronting Old Port Isabel Road. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 15 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And as you can see, the use that predominates within the area, single-family residence. There are some businesses further down south along Old Port Isabel Road. This is a zoning map of the area. There's residential suburban to the north, residential single-family to the east and the west, and commercial corridor to the south. And this is another aerial view of the property. And P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from commercial corridor to residential single-family.
Martin, and this is a single residential home?
Yes.
Or is this multiple?
No, just a single-family home.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
All right,
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 4, is a public hearing and action on the first reading to adopt the end-of-year budget amendment. Ordinance number 2025-1745B to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Steven Muse with the Finance Department. We're going through our end-of-year amendment requests. So we had some surplus revenues and some days over our required 90 days and some fees and donations that we wanted to allocate budget for. Surplus revenues primarily from sales tax were 3.8 million over budget, and we had a surplus of fees and services revenues primarily from the ambulance revenues. So our unassigned fund balance is we're required to keep in 90 days, and our policy allows any days over, we're allowed to spend those on one-time projects. And we're using about 6 days, which translates to approximately 1.98 million. And that'll leave a cushion of 4 days to roll over into the following year. And then for the fees and donations, the animal shelter has 106,000 that they've collected between last year and this year. Communications and marketing team received some donations, and the municipal court received some additional fees that they wanted to allocate some budget for. So in total, about $6.8 million. Here you can see the corresponding revenue source to the corresponding use of funds. One of the asks is a stipend for personnel that includes civil and non-civil for $1.7 million. Public Works had some operating costs and grant match funding needed. Police, parks, planning, and the city attorney's office also had some operational costs that needed to be funded. There are some staffing compensation adjustments. The health and animal services had some operating costs needed as well. Some economic development costs and employee development in the form of leadership conferences as well as additional transfers out to the airport and our internal services fund. We also have to request the communication and marketing building is built with PEG fees, and we need to request the budget transfer, request permission to use those fees to reimburse ourselves for that expense. And then on the special projects, right, it's the municipal court, animal shelter, and CMD. And then the property acquisition, which is going to be from the fund balance, that we're also expecting to receive reimbursements from BCIC, JBIC, and the county, 500,000 from each entity, but probably in the following year.
That's the Cameron County Workforce Office that needs, we've worked collaboratively with our partners to be able to pretty much maintain the office in Brownsville at their current location with the support of our partners. So we're counting on those interlocal agreements, and I know that our city attorney has been sending it to them, but we need to look at our proportionate share of that. And we would ultimately be the owners of that property and that building with the lease back to them.
We're also requesting to use in our convention and tourism fund, 40,000 from fund balance, and then they received 80,000 in sponsorships. That would be used some special incentives and advertising and recreational promotional items. In total, 120,000. For the airport fund, this would be the transfer from general fund to cover operational costs related to emergency services. From the bridge fund, we are asking, this would be a transfer from the bridge fund into the general fund, and we'd be using those monies to offset the FEMA grant costs that were incurred, and those are related to the immigration influx grants that were canceled or that we're still working through. On the landfill fund, they did have some additional operation costs, and they do have some funds in fund balance that we were requesting to use to cover those costs. And the Fleet and Facilities Fund, $200,000 from the general fund, and this is for the emergency generator rentals that were in response to, forgot the name of the storm, but there was a storm coming in and they needed to rent these. And that's it for our request for the end of year amendment. Is there any questions?
Questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing, item number 5 is the public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025. Oh.
For the end of year amendment, it doesn't necessarily require a roll call vote, but we can do a roll call vote.
Would you like to take a vote on the amendment? I think it
Sure.
would be good, because I want to, if approved, I want to thank you for the stipends for all our
To approve
employees.
the
I want to
amendment.
recognize the mayor and the commission for your support.
Sure. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the amendment.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Are we doing a roll call?
I'll do the roll call vote.
All right, roll call.
Aye.
Starting with Commissioner Cardenas,
Aye.
Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Aguilowski,
Aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
Commissioner Villara,
Aye.
Commissioner Macias,
With great pride, I say aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And I know it means a lot. I got a lot of questions during the employee conference, and I always say, until there is an official vote, I can't guarantee that. So really thank you for all our employees, because this is the first time in a while that they'll all receive that same stipend for full-time and part-time.
Glad we were able to make this happen. That's good.
Public hearing 5, is the public hearing in action on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-1781 of the city of Brownsville, Texas, to adopt of the fiscal year 2026 annual budget.
So here we'll be going over our proposed budget in its final form, which is the same proposed budget that we presented at our last workshop on August 5th. It's essentially the same PowerPoint as well, just trimmed down to the major points. So we'll look at our general fund first. First, we'll take a look again at our tax rate history. Over the past decade, we've worked to steadily lower tax rates, and starting in 2021 is when we really started being able to implement those cuts. And I do want to point out that as Senate Bill 2 took effect in 2019, so prior to that, we had that 8% cap that we did not use. We kept the same rate for those years. Starting in 2019 is when they put that 3.5% cap, lowered it down from 8%. And we kept the rate the same for a couple of years, and then we were able to lower tax rates. And then moving forward to 2025, we've had rising costs, inflation, and new state requirements such as additional cuts to the tax rate. They're proposing an additional cap from 3.5 to 2.5%. And we've continued to grow and provide improved infrastructure that require maintenance and personnel costs that come along with it. So now we're recommending we adopt the voter approval tax rate of 0.613629, which is 1.68% higher than last year's tax rate. Overall, since 2021, it would still translate into a nearly 12.5% decrease. So here's another look at the voter approval tax rate. We have our no new revenue rate for comparison purposes. That's the rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year. And then our debt service rate for the upcoming year. And we did want to point out, when you compare rate to rate, it's not a big increase. If you had a $200,000 home, the taxes due, as long as it didn't change rates or appreciate in value, it would just be about a $20 increase, which is a couple cups of coffee at Starbucks, right? But appreciation is usually a positive trend for property owners. So that's the real factor when it comes into the increases on what your effective tax is. But that usually pays dividends when it comes time to sell the property, right? You get most of your investment back. Here we'll take another look at our sales tax. Again, we've seen really positive growth, really strong growth after COVID in 2020, 21, and pretty much throughout the whole 10 years. And in fiscal year 2026, we'll be using the 98% of 2 years prior, which would be fiscal year 2024. And that translates into about $45.6 million for our sales tax budget. I'm sorry, 44.6. And here we'll take a look at our revenue classifications. These are the same as the previous presentation. We are up 6.3 million from last year, driven mainly from property and sales tax, as well as our ambulance EMS billing and collections. The PUB utilities did show a decrease, and that's due to the accounting changes on the PUB side. But there also is, on our expense side, a corresponding decrease. So it nets out. Our revenues from that source net out with the expenses from that source. Fines and forfeitures declined, reflecting fewer violations, and interest income is being reduced to account for the rate cuts that were processed this year, and we're expecting additional rate cuts in this upcoming year. Our proposed expenditures, again, same as proposed last time. And this budget includes increases to support the compensation plan and service level improvements, along with some reallocations to better align resources, reflecting adjustments rather than budget cuts. Here we take a look at our operating transfers. We have in total 22.9 million coming in to general fund, 10.2 from PUB, 9.6 from landfill, and the bridge fund contributes 3.1 million. And this helps offset the transfers out or subsidies we provide to our other funds, primarily our enterprise funds. And the changes to these transfers out were minimal. B Metro increased about 50,000, the airport about 110,000, and there was strong performance at the Golf Center and Sports Park, and it allowed our operating transfer to decrease, offset by their increased revenues, right? By 135,000 for the Golf Center and 20,000 for the Sports Park. Now we'll take a look at our other funds, our internal service funds, special revenue, and enterprise funds. Internal service funds, these are the funds that operate like businesses but serve city departments exclusively. So fleet and facilities rose by 528,000, primarily due to supply cost increases. And then the information technology fund, we've had subscription costs increase significantly, which is reflected in that budget there. And they both have balanced budgets. Our special revenue funds, these are funds supported by dedicated fees, such as the Convention and Tourism Fund, which is supported by the hotel motel taxes, and utility maintenance fees support our street and drainage fund. The CVB revenues are rising with expected short-term rental income, which is reflected there by the 362,000 increase. And then the increase in the street and drainage is primarily from that $1 million transfer. I do want to point out that last year we did have a strategic use of fund balance. You'll notice that it's an unbalanced budget, 3.9 million in revenues for fiscal year 25 and 6.7. This year we do have a balanced budget for that fund, And then we have our enterprise funds, and these funds primarily serve city residents. Overall, revenues are up $1.5 million with our motor vehicle parking system fund seeing the largest percentage increase, and that's due to they relocated some of the meters that were underperforming to higher traffic areas, and then the landfill added nearly $1 million in revenue. And all of these funds do have balanced budgets. That concludes the update on the proposed budget. Is there any questions for me?
I think, you know, for the public's benefit, can you, the 1 cent increase on the tax rate, how much money does that represent to our budget?
I got that on one of the other slides.
Okay.
It is.
So if that's covered in the next, if it's
Oh, we
another
can go
next
back to
budget,
this one. So last year, we adopted 39.2 million, and this year we would be adopting 43 million. So about 3.9 million from this tax rate for maintenance and operations.
But that also factors in an appreciation in property values as well.
Correct. The average taxable value last year was 134,000. This year, it's 154,000. So most people are seeing an appreciation of 20,000. So that's the real impact that they see or that they feel when they're paying their tax bill. Any other questions?
And then for the, why is there a big, that big of a deviation on the fines and forfeitures for, in terms of the projected for 2026?
That was just mostly a decrease from having to issue fines. I don't know if there's a specific trend involved in that, but overall, just in general, less people, receiving fines.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
So then this is just to approve the budget, correct? It's, yeah,
Yes, ma'am, this would be our
As
budget
proposed.
for next fiscal year.
right, we're on number 5. Correct.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? If we move back, I believe you're allocated 2.5 million to public transit and then just 1 million to streets and drainage. I realize that public transit has to be heavily subsidized, but, and mind you, I've been out, but hasn't ridership decreased? Like, do we need to maybe change that out?
Based on projections, this should be what we need to cover for our portion of the grant matches. So B Metro has 2 different grants involved. There's the Federal Transportation Authority, and they provide a 50% match of the operating loss because public transportation, I'm sorry, did you want to? Okay. Public transportation all over the country usually operates at a loss. And then the state's Department of Transportation, from that remaining 50%, they pick up about 50% as well through a grant. And then that 2.5 million is our local match basically for the remainder. Does that make sense?
Like we're obligated.
And Commissioner Galanti may not be aware that we did increase the fees for transit. So you want to talk about that, Jenny? So in terms of trying to capture more revenue from.
Yeah, the ridership has decreased slightly, but we are trending back up. We did increase the full fare rate to double from $1 to $2. And so that cost there, right now, it's not trending as high as we'd like. but however, that cost gets put into the local match as well. So, but this 2.5, like Stephen was mentioning, is part of the local match to the federal grants that we receive. And each year we have received a little bit of an increase for the past 3 to 5 years. So the past 3 years, we've seen about a 10% increase, so our local match has increased higher. We have to do a 50% match for our operating funds.
And how many passengers do we serve every year?
Well, this past year, we've done 1.3 million. So right now, we're on track still for about 1.1. So we're a little slightly under what we have in the past, but due to current administration, there has been some hesitation on riding the bus in Brownsville.
Has there been any decrease in routes though, or the frequency that buses stop?
No, we still maintain the same service levels.
Well, there is an exception with the county. There was a route. Can you talk about the county and how that was costing us more money? And we've found a good solution to reduce both the county and the city's cost. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so Route 30 is our county route, and we partner with the county, and it was a 50-50 split. However, we're looking at, we are going to change over to a more of a rideshare on-demand type service, and it's going to service the same route, the same area, in the zones that it's actually expanded 1 mile off the current route, so it'll reach more riders with a cost reduction. We were spending about $222,000 a year on that route specifically for on an average daily basis of 5 to 7 riders. And so this has significantly reduced our cost that we're going to be proposing to the county next week, actually, down to about $50,000. And so that's a cost savings that we'll be able to allocate to our match as well.
Okay. I'll move to approve the proposed budget.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Is it a
Oh, it's
public
a vote?
hearing?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Mayor, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Sure, we have a motion second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those
Roll.
opposed say nay.
Gotta be.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
Sorry.
Roll call.
So we had a motion and a second
We had a motion second
to approve. Yes, roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Macias?
Aye.
Commissioner Villarreal?
Aye.
Mayor Callen?
Aye.
Commissioner Galunski?
Aye.
Commissioner De Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Aye.
Public hearing, item number 6, is the public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1782 to ratify the fiscal year 2026 budget that will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget.
So the local government code requires a separate vote to ratify the property taxes that raise more revenue than in the previous year. And it has to be in addition to and separate from the budget vote we just did. So for maintenance and operations, the total is 3.7 per the calculation, and then the debt increase on the debt calculation is 2.5 million. And this one does require a roll call as well.
So this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name. Here, you can speak into the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Belinda Lagarza. I'm sorry if I'm not aware of many of the discussions here, but this has to do with the property taxes being increased, right? Well, the reason I'm here is because every year, for the past maybe like 3 or 4 years, the taxes have been increasing. And it's very difficult for somebody like myself that's just a mother with 2 kids and I'm the only one who makes money and provides for my family. It's very difficult. Maybe you might say it's a few dollars, a few cents here and there, but it does add up. Because we're getting increases also from, I guess, BISD and then I don't know what else. So altogether it does add up. And it's very difficult for myself to go and say, oh, it was 2,000. I can afford 2,000, at the end of the year to pay for my taxes. Well, now it's 3,000 or now it's 4,000. Like, how am I going to do it? It's very hard. So that's why I'm here. I mean, and the thing is that I didn't even know about this meeting until I opened my Facebook and I saw it. And it was 4:30. So I'm like, Mom, and she's like, let's go. And here I have my mom, Margarita Garcia. Margarita.
My name is Margarita Garcia. I got to check Padrindo.
Can you speak into the mic?
Spanish.
Yeah, I
En
got to
español,
speak
sí.
Spanish. Okay. It's, I'm 81 years old. 81. Yeah. And it's hard for me to pay property taxes. And it keeps going every year and every year. And there's too much for, here in Brownsville, the pay is too low. But I'm not working. I got some houses that I rent. They're kind of old, I fix them. But now if they're charging more taxes, I cannot be paying my taxes. I'm gonna be losing my property because I'm gonna get in debt. And right now, I just get my Social Security and a poquito de renta. So, because I don't receive that many money. And every time I have to go to the doctor, you have to pay some co-pay. You go to the hospital, co-pay and everything. Then that's why I got those little houses. You want to sell them? No, that's like a piggy bank for me because that will keep me ongoing, not going. I don't get food stamps. I don't get nothing. No, man, I work. I work myself. Still, you're 81. I still work. You see, I don't bother nobody to give me freebies. So that's why I just asking for to just lower the taxes or not to just go up ahead higher. That's all I gotta say. And if you can hear me and hear my position, it's okay. If not, it's up to you. But it's my recommendation that I work too hard to buy what I have and keep paying taxes, and I cannot be affording. I'm gonna lose the property. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Another thing I want to say is that people say, well, that's what happens because you don't go and speak out. So I came. But the thing is that like the information, I was not aware. I only found out at 4:30 because I opened my Facebook and somebody had put it on there. But there isn't many ways or outlets advertising or, promoting that, oh, you know what, please come because it's going to be in this day at this time. So I came with my mom and then we got here, parking, trying to find parking. So it's like, and then we got here and we were lost. We got in here, we were able to speak, but it's also very difficult for the community to get here. We're not aware like we're supposed to be. We get here, we're lost, there's no parking. We finally in here and I'm like, what's going on? I'm able to speak to people. They give me an agenda. We're trying to find our place in the agenda, figure out what's going on. And well, fortunately I'm here, but it is kind of difficult to get here as well. I don't know if they could do something to make people more aware. I thought there were gonna be more people like speaking out, but I'm guessing not. But thank you for listening, and I would really appreciate if you can consider raising the taxes. It does add up, and it's pretty difficult to keep up with paying all those amounts. But thank you for everything, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
My name is Marie Erisuris. Earlier you mentioned it's just a cup of coffee. Well, for some, not for the whole community as a whole. 1% makes a big difference because the property value is not set as a fixed amount. It increases every year. As it is from last year, the property itself, the land increased about 20,000. Mine, the infrastructure, nothing was done. I bought this house, single mom with one child. The infrastructure increased 34,000. So as a whole, it's almost 54,000. That 1% makes a big difference. And I'm speaking about the whole community as well. I hope you take that in consideration. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission?
Mayor, I'll move to close public hearing.
All right, we have a motion. Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion?
I do have some just questions for staff to clarify, if staff can do that. Is the increase in property tax revenue mainly due to growth in new homes and businesses or because of a rate increase?
Obviously, it's a combination of both. We had about a 7.2 increase overall in value. That is a combination of an increase in value, but also new construction. And most of that new construction is primarily commercial this year. So apartments and retail and commercial property.
And also to that, the Senate bill capped our ability to capture property tax. So we count a lot on, I think it's important for our economic development partners to really keep growing the industrial and commercial tax base, because that'll help us reduce residential property tax rates. So when we look at our city's strategy with the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, with their land being developed and our downtown being revitalized, we're trying to trend in that direction. So the more taxes that we can collect from industry and commerce will be better, and we'll be able to be better positioned to reduce our reliance on residential property tax. The strategy there.
For the average household, what does this mean in actual dollars per year? I just want our residents to have a clear picture.
It's about $130 more than the previous year.
Okay. With these additional property tax, revenue, can we highlight key services and or projects that residents will see improved in fiscal year 2026?
I think the primary thing will be the new police facility or the new public safety complex, as well as the road construction. As he showed here, the debt service increase is 2.5 million. On the M&O side, it's maintaining what we have primarily. There are a couple of service enhancements, but this is keeping up a competitive compensation plan. We have increases in our health insurance. We have increases in our costs of maintenance, our supplies and materials. So there's not a huge service enhancement. It's maintaining what we have.
And my final
I mean, to that point,
Yeah.
I mean, I think police and fire make up the most of our personnel and operating cost. I think that's very important. Most of our cost, we don't have a lot of employees per population. So we have to rely more on technology. And a lot of those technology costs, if you look at it, 9.7% increase in licenses just to renew what we have, technology we have. So what we're trying to do is utilize new technology to be able to deploy resources better. So our public safety has better technology that you've been approving because it allows us to really look at our resources, implement our resources, and just be smart about how we use our resources and not waste our resources.
I have a final question. For staff, obviously, do you think that this increase positions us better to avoid larger jumps in the future by keeping the growth steady?
Absolutely, it does. It absolutely positions us for the future. It allows us to maintain a strong staff. You'll be getting a check-in later. Because of all the improvements that you all have supported, our turnover rate is down from about 20% 4 years ago down to under 10% this year. So the investments that you have made in staffing and in training allows us to have, as Mr. Ramirez points out, we have fewer employees in cities our size, but they're well-trained and they're providing great services. And you all help us provide a compensation plan that keeps them here and reduces the turnover. So yes, it will cause us to require larger increases in the future.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, any other comment in the commission?
I've got a question. So let's say we do not increase that 1%. Where would the city get the money to maintain the streets? Where would we do the cutbacks so that the city could keep on going?
Good question, sir. It would be if we, for example, if we went with the same rate we had last year versus increasing, we'd be talking about $1.4 million decrease. So we would have to look, we'd have to convene and figure out what we can cut, or what we'd have to cut, and what we can keep.
I think with regard to, I mean, if we have a lot of deferred maintenance in roads to begin with. So the city, for whatever reason, prior to 2019, didn't even have a capital improvement program for streets and for drainage. It had it for the airport, and that's why you were able to issue bonds with the help of our economic development corporations to build that terminal. But the city itself hasn't really had a transportation or mobility plan up until the last couple of years. So what we've been doing is, because you've been instrumental in issuing debt, and our S&P rating, our bond rating improved, so we can borrow money at a least cost because we've been fiscally conservative. But now we have a capital improvement program that'll help us, maintain. We get many concerns on potholes, on street widenings, on safety, and so this will help us from debt portion improve some of those 14th Street, Coffee Report, and those roads that we historically that we have historically not been able to plan for. Now, in terms of the private sector also helping with those roads, the mayor and the commission approved a traffic impact fee. We called it the capital recovery fee. So we're also asking private business to put in their fair share and into that fund. So I think it's a little bit of using all our tools in our toolbox, from our economic development corporations to our property tax. We're using sales tax also. Sales tax is good for one-time funding. You have to be careful with paying salaries with sales tax because it could be volatile. So I think it's using all our tools, and also being conservative of what we're requesting. We understand we've reduced the tax rate over 12%, since 2020. That's important, but we're also growing, and so we have those pain points when you get many of those calls for service and say we need to improve our maintenance on parks. Well, we need to improve our mowing along the expressway. That's operating costs that we need to be able to do that. And at the end of the day, gas prices go up, technology goes up, and even without even increasing anything, just the cost of services go up because, we talk about mill and overlay. Much of the mill and overlay on even Price Road is with our own staff. We've saved money. The amount of money that we're saving on us paving Price Road, the new drainage project on Tradition Estates, that was done with in-house personnel, saving our taxpayers from having to do contract work outside with the contractor. So we try to also do much of but that also requires buying more equipment, right? Our landfill is city-owned. It generates about $14 million in revenue. That helps offset costs from other. So we're also if you look at the city, we're also trying to increase our revenues so that we don't have to increase the tax rate. But we also have to invest in the landfill so that we can also expand the life of the landfill, and then also provide those services in the operating transfer. We do rely on the PUB for much of their operating to help us just operate the city. So I think it's important while we, like I said, our goal is to always, be very careful with how we expend money, but we have a lot of growing pains right now. And so hopefully we look at it very closely and we try to only ask for what we need. But given the cost of just materials, equipment, those costs, inflation, it keeps going up. And so it's hard to keep catching up with that.
Well, I really appreciate the comments. I do think it's important to recognize the impact to the public, especially our low-income population, right, which is substantial, on what this means to them, right? And like you said, more importantly, what they're getting for this, right? I think people need to be fully aware, and that's all our job, to explain how this money is being used or would be used in the future, right? And, you know, this extra 1.4 million for this 1.3% tax rate increase, right? Am I right? Yes, sir. You know, what are we providing the public for that 1.3 million, right? Because it's not only a, you know, I think it's a psychological thing too, right? They're seeing a tax rate increase. Everyone's getting hit every year with increases from all over the place, right? And I think it's incumbent upon us to listen to the public, to understand where people are coming from, and that people are hurting. Some people are hurting in our community. We are rapidly growing. I think a lot of people are doing much better than they did in previous years, but not everyone's growing at the same rate. So this is, you know, I think that's an important thing to recognize when we go through this process.
Absolutely, Mayor.
I
I will
also-
say there has been increases in property tax exemptions.
And so I want to talk a little bit about that because I also feel that there's a lack of education when it comes down to the appraisal district and the different taxing units. And I've seen this a lot. I'm a first-time home buyer. I was the first in my family to own a home. So I didn't really have a lot of guidance from family members to tell me. So when I first got my statement of having to pay my taxes, I was, you know, lack of education. I didn't know. And then to think, oh my goodness, I have to pay this for, you know, 50, 60 times 60, and to know that this rate will continue to grow. So I did have to have a lot of education. I think the first one is there's a difference. We talk about, you know, our appraisals and home values. That there was a huge change within the state. The state demanded for there to be an appraisal read throughout the city. And so we saw that increment hit our homes. I mean, my home went from 200,000 to 500,000. It was absolutely ridiculous. And so it's important for us to also look at that and say, okay, what do we do from here? So I had to educate myself. And this is where I feel that there's a moment of opportunity for us to collaborate together with the appraisal district, with our tax assessor. So the tax assessor collects the tax. Meanwhile, the appraisal district is the one that appraises your home. So there's also exemptions. So I know you mentioned you're 81 years old. Do you have a homestead exemption for 61, for 60 plus? Perfect. So that's another thing. We ran a study that 30% of individuals that own homes in Bronzeville do not have homesteads at all. They don't know where they need to file. I had a neighbor who did not know where to file for a homestead. She didn't even know about it. So we took the moment of opportunity to educate her, to guide her to what number to contact, what department, and how she can do it. The second thing is fighting for your taxes. Although we state the tax rate, there's also a moment of opportunity to reduce your tax even on top of your homestead. That alone is a little bit complicated too. They send out, they mail you, they mail out to you your appraisal, and then from there you have to file online and then go out and fight to reduce your appraisal value. And that is in itself also education. And so I feel that maybe this would be a good moment for us to maybe collaborate at the Bronzeville Event Center, and we collaborate with the appraisal district, we collaborate with our tax assessor to ensure that people, one, have the exemptions, and two, they're able to have at least the steps in English and in Spanish on how to fight for your appraisal. So I know alone I have saved, just alone on those two things, a lot of money based off of that education. So just for us to kind of think about that and collaborate. And sorry to go off of that. I just want to take that. Another thing, I know that you mentioned, and I just want to, moment of opportunity for us to have a conversation. I do agree with you. When we live in a world that has so much information, one, sometimes we don't know where to get our information from. And two, it's everywhere that we don't even know. It could be overwhelming as to where to come to. And I think being in office, I have had a learning curve. And I have learned a lot. And so number one, we play our YouTube videos, the City of Bronzeville, for full transparency. You do not have to leave the comfort of your home. You can watch these completely online on YouTube. Two, we have our meetings every 1st and 3rd of the month. And you can just Google City of Bronzeville agenda. And right there, you just Google City of Bronzeville agenda, and it's gonna pop out the City of Bronzeville and all of our agendas of our meetings, and you have access in full transparency as to what is happening. And then it'll tell you if it's public hearing, public comment. Those are the moments that, public can come out and voice their concerns with us, right? As your representatives, we have the due diligence to ensure that we listen and we empathize with the public, because we are the public. For as much as you see us up here, we also feel the same pain pressures that you feel. It's all around us. I mean, I can't go out anywhere without hearing from somebody and sharing their pain with me about something, whether it's a city or whether it's a pothole, whether it's a road that hasn't been fixed. There's so much frustration. And I feel that something that alleviates the frustration is a knowledge and education behind it. I can tell you how many times I have gone into heated conversation. I have these confrontations, but it's about listening, empathizing, and saying, hey, you know what, we're in this together. Let me explain to you how the city is tackling this issue and how the city is tackling on that. And so we can't have it all. I receive and I have multiple conversations. We want roads. We want more bus shelters. We want potholes to be covered. We want our drainage to be fixed. But all of that comes at a cost and it comes at a price. And I've had my battles with myself, because as a property taxpayer, trust me, okay, do I want to pay this 1 more cent? Or do I not want that road fixed? Do I want water coming into my home and I don't want that drainage fixed? And so for me, I do have to, just think about how will this affect. And so I love the commissioner's questions when it comes down to asking this 1 cent, how far is it gonna get and will it make a difference? I can tell you that in the last 2 years that I've been able to serve on this commission, we have seen an influx of a difference, especially in District 2. District 2, we've had drainage improvements from Cena Drive to Dana Road. You don't know how many comments, how many messages on Facebook, Instagram, even on my city cell, people thanking us and saying, hey, thank the City of Bronzeville, because I have never seen drainage improvements the way that you guys have done it now. We have seen, we're on step 4 out of 5 for Dana Road as well. We are working towards Coffeeport Road and Old Alice Road, and we see the construction. I know in District 2 alone, we've had 35 roads fully reconstructed on mill and overlay, thanks to our employees. Thanks to Alan, you have done an incredible job in helping us out. And Stephen, thank you so much for your continued efforts on the budget. It all goes into play and it all matters. I value your comments. I'm with you, as well as I value the team and your comprehensive approach. I will tell you in the last thing, because I know I'm talking a lot. I didn't mean for myself to talk, but it's just, there's just so much going on, and we can see it and we can feel it. And we need to continue that momentum, because the City of Bronzeville is not going to go on lower. The City of Bronzeville will continue to grow. The City of Bronzeville will continue to advance, because that's the name that we're getting in the RGV, and we want to continue that. There's no stopping us from that. We want to continue with the roads and the drainage and the parks. All of that is important, and we need to be up to a standard, because I feel that in the last years, we had a massive gap in filling in those needs. And we are the commission to move this city forward. And at that, it comes with harshness, and it comes with hard decisions like this. But will it be worth it is a question at the end of the day. So with that being said, I want to thank you all for your work. I want to thank the public for your continued efforts. And this will be a moment of opportunity for us to collaborate with our stakeholders to ensure that we get information and the education out to our community to help them out with this as well.
Yeah, I would also say we do rely much on federal and state grants. So I think to our budget, we always leverage about 38 million in grant-free money funding. So I think our strategy is also not always to make sure that we're leveraging the federal, state, and local grants as much as possible. But we do require matches for many of those grants. In the point of the FAA, it's a 10% match, but in TxDOT, it's a 20% match. So when you have a big road, $14 million road, that's still an amount of money that we need to pay.
Sorry.
And then, sorry, and Stephen had some exemptions that he wanted, because there has been an increase in the amount of state exemptions that we've seen that have been approved.
Yes, actually, in November, voters will get a chance to vote on increasing the homestead exemption that we just talked about. It's being proposed to increase from 100,000 to 140,000. And on top of that, they're proposing to increase the homeowner age 65 or disabled from 10,000 to 60,000. So 60,000 combined with the 140,000 homestead exemption, it's 200,000, which is more than the average cost of a home. So there's some exciting opportunities in November that voters can, express their views on, as well as for veterans. Currently, the highest exemption they can get, unless they have 100% disability, is 12,500. They're going to change that, or they're proposing to change that to whatever your disability rating is. That's the amount that would be removed from being taxable. So if you were 70% disabled, instead of 12,500 exemption, you would have 70% exemption and only pay 30%. Your home would be valued for tax purposes at 30% of the market value. So some really significant changes coming up in November that voters should be aware of.
Thank you for that. I just want to take a quick moment as well for the ladies that were here to speak today. Ma'am, thank you very much for making it out here today. I do know that I tried also to upload this to my Facebook to let people know about this public hearing, and we can do a better job too at putting that ahead of time, right? But I do want just the public who's watching this and is going to watch this, and for you to know that this is also the time where we're here to approve the budget to move the city forward. But we did not anticipate a special called session and a second special called session. And we did not anticipate the changes within those sessions that handcuffed our city from the growth that we're seeing. You're seeing the progress. We also get people that are very upset because roads are closed, but we're trying to improve the roads. Here downtown, we're trying to improve the drainage. We're trying to improve streets everywhere. We get calls all the time. When is Old Alice next? When is Coffeeport next? When is my street next? When is this pothole going to be fixed? And as we try to address these things, we are put in a very difficult situation, and don't think we take it lightly. But I do know that Brownsville's growth, and the reason I asked the questions to the staff is if this hopefully can help us not have a big jump. Brownsville has been decreasing this rate for the last years about 12%, and nothing would give me greater satisfaction than to decrease it again. We're in a position right now where you see the growth of Brownsville. I'm a big believer in that we invest so that we can have a better future. And those are just my comments. It is very tough, and I just wanted to know that we do hear you. And I wish that more people would have come out here to voice their concern as well. That doesn't mean, and they're frustrated, and we received emails, and I've received the phone calls. But I want you to know that you're heard and listened to, and we're going to try to do what's best for Brownsville. I promise you that, so that your kids and everybody can have safer Brownsville. We start with safety, better streets, better drainage, and better public transportation. I think that is the essence of growth and something that we're very conscious of.
Commissioner Villarreal and Macias, I guess they said everything I had to say. But one thing I want to thank everybody that came out today and voiced their opinion, because as of me, there's probably no one else that hates their taxes raised more than I do. Whether it be city, county, you always get that letter in the mailbox, and I always hate even trying to open it up, and I kind of just lay it there for a while before I get to it. But Brownsville's growing. I get phone calls literally every single day saying, hey, Commissioner, I have a pothole. My road's not good. Tradition Estates is being flooded. The city of Brownsville invested a lot of money in there for the new drainage system. Luckily, we had the money to do it. If we didn't have the money, those poor people would be underwater every time it rained. When I decided to run, I made it a promise to them that I would see that project to the end. Ms. Carla Ramirez called me the other day saying, hey, the project has been completed. Hopefully we don't get any rains to try and test it, but good news, Dennett Road's gonna be fixed in March 2026. Old Dallas, like Commissioner Villarreal said, in order for us to continue fixing these streets and these drainages and making sure our wives, husbands, kids, school buses are on safe streets, going to and from school, going to from work. To me, that matters. And that's what I care about. And I want to make sure that I want to get to everybody that I can. Some things, some problems will be fixed fast. Some may take a little bit of time. But we do make some tough decisions that we may not like to do, but we got to think of Brownsville as a whole. I've not decided what I'm going to do, but I have Brownsville and everybody in Brownsville in my best interest, not just Gustavo de Leon or the commissioners here. But we got to make sure our drainage systems and our streets are up to par and in the best condition. And I thank everybody for coming here and voicing their opinion. God bless you, and you'll have a good night.
Any further comments? This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission, please step forward. Entertain a motion.
Hello, sorry to bother you again.
Can you speak in the
mentioned
mic?
earlier for the average household is about 130, but that's if it's fixed. It's not fixed because the average, the appraisal value of the property is gonna go up. The infrastructure, the value of the house is gonna go up. So it's not 1% anymore, right? It's gonna go up. And you're hitting the community pretty hard. And you mentioned earlier, where's that money gonna come if we don't increase that 1%? Last year, the property taxes went up because the appraisal value went up, the infrastructure went up. So the money was still there, even though you didn't increase 1%, you're still getting money because the appraisal value went up overall. So that 1% does make a big difference. It's not 130 for the average household, it's actually more than that because the appraisal value is gonna go up and also the value of the house itself.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that. I think it's $20 for the rate increase and another 130 for the appraisal increase. Right, the appraisals are estimated to go up.
And that's if it's fixed, right? At the amount you're estimating
that's
that
what-
amount, you're estimating that amount of what's fixed right now.
That's what's budgeted right now, that increase.
Correct. But I'm saying it's still gonna increase for next year, the appraisal value of the land itself and the infrastructure. Because every year it increases.
That's the appraisal district.
Correct.
So that's the appraisal district. We are a taxing unit. So our taxing unit right now is at 60 cents and we're going in for 1 cent, 61 cents. Flat, is that 61.30? Yeah. So whatever the appraisal is completely different from us, the taxing unit.
Correct, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is the money's still there. I mean, we get hit with the amount of the appraisal value that goes up and the percent that it goes up. Okay, even though it's two separate entities, like you explained that, I mean, the taxes still go up. Like he explained, where is that money coming from if we don't increase it at 1%? The money's still there, even though it's two separate entities. We're getting hit. The whole community is getting hit with that increase of the appraisal value, whether it be 1%, even though if it's not 1%, the appraisal value is going up, the infrastructure is going up, so the money's still there, and we were still getting taxed.
And so another factor that we discussed was the need within the community. A lot of us complain about roads. We complain about wanting parks. We complain about drainage. We complain about potholes. All of those are services that are required to purchase resources that continuously go up. Everything is going up.
And you mentioned at a cost to the community because salaries don't go up. I mean, most of the community don't, I mean, it's not like they have professions, right? So not everybody has a profession. So you said at the cost of who? The whole community, right? I mean, you want better roads and better this and better that, but salaries don't go up. And we have like the two women that came up. I mean, that goes for a lot of the people in the community as well.
And I value your comments, and I think you guys are doing a wonderful job by being here and voicing your concerns as well.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item? I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
So
We have a-
moved.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
This one needed to be a roll call.
Roll call, yes, after the.
We need a motion.
Entertain a motion. On the item.
Motion in a second?
I haven't heard a motion yet.
No. Well, so I'm going to move not to raise the taxes and stay at the same rate that we had from before. And the reason I say this is because as the ladies who have come here today, I think they're symbolic of a lot of our people, of a lot of the population in our community. And our salaries are not, salaries are not going up as quickly as expenses. In my experience in just doing day-to-day things, I'm sorry, but the city's nickel and diming people. Like, if it's not for recycling, like add another $5. Like you said, the Capitol Road recovery. And I understand, like, we do need streets to get fixed, but that's only gonna tax new developments. What about people, because roads are used by everyone. It should be a tax across the board. Then this 1 cent, we already made $6 million, which I know in the whole scheme of things probably doesn't go very far, but it's $6 million that we didn't have before and that were very well received. This would add another 3.9 million, which sure would be nice, but, and I would love to share it with the employees, but at the same time, I'm gonna help them out by not raising the taxes because their property taxes are not gonna go up as that extra $120 or so. Because I don't think their salaries are gonna go up more than $120. So for that reason, I vote for my conscience, and plus it was one of the things I ran for in my platform when I got elected, and I would hope, I take it very seriously. I want to be a person of my word. And I said, I'm going to try to help people to not raise their property taxes. So that's why I'm doing this. I moved to keep the same tax rate.
I second.
So can you clarify the last year's tax rate?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion.
So just to clarify, we don't approve this, then the police, we are not going to help the police.
Well,
I just
so-
want to make sure that what we say,
And just for clarification, this is not the tax rate item. That's the next item that is after this one. This is ratifying the tax revenue increase. So if of course, it's whatever y'all desire, but if you vote no on this, then we will have to go back to the budget to reopen the budget because we'll have to take budgeting out of it. Because we won't have a balanced budget. So keep that in mind.
But with the tax revenue goes hand in hand with the tax rate. So shouldn't we then have started out with the tax rate first?
No, state law requires us to adopt the budget first so that we can then levy the tax rate. So we have something to spend it for. And part of what state law requires is that when you approve the budget, if there is an increase because of ad valorem, appraisal rates have increased, then you have to ratify that increase in the budget. And so this is still tied into the budget portion.
And the next item is actual tax rate.
Still increase the total amount of revenue we collect. So if that's what you want, we would still need to vote yes.
So, but then the tax revenue, but then as has been mentioned before, if the appraisal district keeps increasing the valuation of property, you're still getting additional revenue than what you got today. So, so we don't really know how the budget is going to the proposed budget, if it's going to be not balanced or not, because isn't that why you have like quarterly or mid-year adjustments?
Correct. So we would have to go based on the tax appraisal roll, what they have certified to the city. Based on that, we made a projection. And so we might be okay at the end of the day, right? And not need a budget amendment. But because state law requires that we adopt a balanced budget based on the tax rolls that have already been certified, we would need to use those numbers so that we can make that estimation and that approval for the budget. Otherwise, if we go in with a negative outcome, let's say, I don't know what the increase would be, it's like 6 million, just using that as a whole number. If we go in with that, we would be negative 6 million, and that would be in violation of state law. So even if it's projected and we might be okay because the revenue might be a little bit more, we still have to balance the budget. We have to approve a balanced budget.
Okay. So then we would have to revisit the first, if my motion were to pass.
Right, we have a first. If we get a second and there's a vote, there's a second. If there is a vote, then it would not be ratified. So we'd have to go back up to the first item so that we can reconsider. We'll sharpen our pencils and we'll try and eliminate 6 million. Oh,
3.9 million, no? Because that's what the.
1.3.
Oh, well, even easier.
I was using a whole number.
That's how much that 1%, that 1 cent increases our revenue. 1.3 million.
I have to do the math to give you a solid answer.
I think we can find one.
But yeah, reducing or using the previous tax rate would be about a 1.2 million budget cut from the property taxes. So what we'd have to do is adopt it with your rate. I can do the calculations, and then when we come back for the second and final reading, I can disclose what that final number is. At that point, you can approve it, give your final approval, I think. Is that correct, Will?
so I do agree with Commissioner Golomsky's point. So would we be okay if we go back to our budget and try to?
I wouldn't be comfortable doing it now. The tax rate's pretty exact. It goes
He
five
said
to
he
six
would,
decimals, so I'd feel more comfortable
I
sitting
understood he
down
would
doing the
have,
actual math before.
Okay.
I understood he would have it done by second reading is what he said.
Yes, we would have to go back, look at all our prioritizations. You know, we normally, we haven't increased the number of personnel. We usually increase it like, I mean, we're 1,200 employees, but we usually do not increase more than like 5 a year. And some of them, it's because we've lost grants and we have to replenish that. So we are going to really tighten that number to relook at the prioritizations per department, what we can't do without, such as technology or some just licenses that we have to pay, and then just really tighten up, you know, that and reduce that by 1.2. So, but we need time to do that because there's a lot of requests and I have to go back and prioritize with the departments and see that. So I would ask for that time to be able to really look at that.
And like previous years, there's always a potential for a mid-year budget amendment.
There is a potential for a mid-year budget amendment. And so what we've done in the past is we always get a much more requests from departments than what we can afford. And so what we did last year is we went back to what was requested and looked through that prioritization. So we really prioritize what we absolutely need to pay for to be able to continue to operate just with services. And, you know, we wouldn't be able to augment certain things such as I know we wanted a building inspector. We may not be able to do that. So so we'll look at that. We'll look at the prioritization and we'll come back with you and at mid-budget amendment, we can possibly consider some of those items that we cut previously, which we did last year as well. So it's just that hopefully our sales tax continues to grow and our property tax at this lower rate continues to grow, and we can go back and revisit that.
Can I ask, did we increase taxes last year?
No.
We did not. So if we decreased last year, so if we skip this year and not taking action, can you share when we come back, how much bigger of a hit that would be on our residents?
Yes, we can do that. Yes, sir.
Just to see the number, because and we've seen this, I think the appraisal district is a perfect example of that, where they weren't doing their due diligence on a yearly basis. And all of a sudden you get hit with this outrageous number. And I think as a city, for me specifically, it's important for me not to put that stress on our residents. And I've seen these past 2 years that I've been on the commission, the investment that this commission has made, not only on its infrastructure and resources, but it's on its assets and capital, its people. And today we saw, just like we had the budget amendment for this year, we would not be able to afford any of those things. And so I'm open to this, what the commission wants to do. I just want to put my concern out there that it's not just also about that. It's also being able to provide at the level of quality and how we are progressing as a city. So I am open to it, like I said, for my colleagues, but it is important to me that we move forward. And I feel like we're gonna be scrambling, having to look for money under the mattress, if I have to say that. But I am open to it. I just want to be able to put out my concerns out there.
I would also mention that we are approving a solid waste contract that would reduce our solid waste, our trash by 30 to 40% for commercial and residential. So we're finalizing that and we'll be able to market it out to our community because it's also very important to let them know that their trash services will be decreasing between 30 and 40% by October 1st.
And one more point, if I may. I think another variable that we need to also consider is with the president's executive orders in jeopardizing some of our grant funding, we need to be careful in not making sure we lose that money and we can't find it after.
Well, in part of the budget, today's budget, there was a number of 2.3 million, right, for FEMA.
2.5.
2.5 million. So I think it's important to understand that the federal government in some of the emergency shelter or SSH money went back and said some costs that were eligible are no longer eligible. So we had to put money to pay that back. And that's a national impact to cities, right? That we didn't expect. And that's 2.5 million
2.5.
that we have had to set aside. So that's something I can say it's national. migrant influx has impacted cities across the United States. In addition, now we have the state cap, Senate Bill 2, and they're looking at capping that even more from 3.5% to 2.5%. So those are just the dynamics that we just have to think about. We've been tasked with really reducing our budget, and also some grant money that we anticipated has been canceled on a national level that impacts cities. I will also tell you, cities as Austin have a $33 million budget deficit, and San Antonio has 15 million. Other cities has 5 million. We have no deficit. So we're very blessed in that sense that we've been trying to be very conservative to be able to only ask for what we really need. But we will absolutely do. You are our policymakers. We are listening, and we will adjust to whatever you feel is necessary.
Thank you.
I would just add that the property tax is what secures our debt. So if we were to cut, it could potentially impact the ratings that they give us if we're lowering our property tax collections. Just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Thank you.
So just to verify some of the things that were on here, stipends, so personnel will not get stipends if not approved.
That has nothing to do with this. This was a surplus.
Yes, sir. The stipends is already approved through a mid-budget amendment. So that's already, you've already approved that amendment. Mm-hmm. So we would look at the compensation. We had finished a compensation plan. We don't have a cost of living increase. What we did is we authorized a compensation plan. We're trying to get our employees to 50% of market, because some of them are under 50% of market. And so what we did is we took 80 positions throughout the city. We have 1,200 employees, and we reviewed how many of those employees are under 50% of the market. And there is quite a few. And so we're adjusting them between 3% to 20%, but depending on, they may be very, very low. We're trying to increase our minimum wage. In 2019, I think it was at $10.46. I think we've increased it to what? What are we proposing? But we may have to relook at it again.
That's correct. We increased it last year to $13. We're looking at increasing it to $14.50. Of the $4 million of additional revenue, more than half of it is going for compensation, including the CBA with police and the anticipated CBA with fire. So cutting $1.3 million would mean primarily we would have to look at the compensation plan that we went over with the subcommittee.
Or shut down our golf center as well, right? And have $600,000
Say it
left
again,
over.
sorry.
Shut down our golf center and have $600,000 left over would be an option as well. I think we're going, I think we're getting out of hand. It's 1.3 million. There's basically, we should just consider it and move on.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if anybody else has anything else, or we can start a vote.
I mean, I want to know what the motion should be here.
Well, right now we have a first and a second denying the ratification. Unless someone pulls the motion.
That wasn't the motion. It was to keep this tax rate the same.
Yeah.
It wasn't to what the item is.
Well, yes. So the next item would be where the motion would be to adjust the tax rate.
That's my point. I
Right.
think that this
This one would be ratifying the increase. If there is no increase, then you need to.
But the thing is, with that motion, which is the next item, our tax revenue will increase, right? So if that's what the commission wants to do, we should vote yes to an increase, right, of total tax revenue.
Okay.
Right.
On this,
Okay, then
I'm
I'll
saying
amend
on
my
this-
motion.
on this
Sorry. To ratify the increased tax revenue, because even if it's just the appraisal district raising their
Correct.
values, we're going to have more revenue.
Correct.
So to
Correct.
that end, I will move to ratify that tax revenue increase.
Yes, that's correct.
Right? Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I think this is roll call, Mayor.
This is a roll call item.
Yes, thank you.
We'll start with Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Macias,
Aye.
Commissioner Villarreal,
Aye.
Mayor Kell,
Aye.
Commissioner Galunski,
Aye.
Commissioner De Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Public hearing, item number 7 is a public hearing and action on the first reading of ordinance number 2025-1783, levying the ad valorem taxes for the tax year 2025 for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of Brownsville for the fiscal year 2026, providing for the interest and seeking funds for the fiscal year 2026, city of Brownsville, Texas, of the general obligation debt.
So in this one, I will move to keep the tax rate to what it.
I think it's a public
It's a
hearing.
public.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
This is,
So settle it down.
do you want to go with your presentation first?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So here we do need to approve the tax rate on this one. The current rate for fiscal year 2025 is at 0.603504. The new voter approval tax rate, which is what we're legally allowed to adopt without going to an election, is 0.613629, which is a 1.68% increase over the previous rate. And that's two components, right? We have our debt component, which is what we need to pay our debt service that funds our capital improvement plan. And then our maintenance and operation cost, right, is the other component of it. This one, if you're going to move to approve, it has some specific language for the motion. I'm not sure what the language would be.
Right, so
Here you can move to, because the current rate is on the other side.
yeah, can you show the other slide?
So the current rate, Commissioner Galanti, is 0.603504. So if you want to maintain the current rate and not increase it, that would be the rate, correct?
That's correct.
This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. State your name.
Hello, my name is Jesse Miller. I know some of you very well, so it's good to be here. I just want to say thank you for the potential tax, not tax increase, but I also want to implore you that we expect you to be better prepared for these meetings, right? Like, there were workshops that the city staff put time and effort into. People showed up to those meetings, and that would have been the time to question about tax increases and what was the tax rate last year. And so again, I understand that this is a difficult position to be in, but a few years ago, the voters voted to make these positions paid. So these are no longer fully volunteer positions, right? So I want to ask you to make the right decision, what you feel is right, but please we expect you to be prepared for these meetings. We expect you to know what you're talking about, all right?
Thank you. All right, anyone else that wishes to address the commission, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
And this is a roll call as well.
This is move to close.
It was moved to close public hearing. I have the
Second.
motion carries.
We have a second. We're voting.
All
Aye.
right,
Aye.
we have a motion and a second. We just closed.
Yeah, you have a first and a second already, so yeah.
Yeah.
There was a first and you were a second, right, Tim?
Who was the first, just for the record?
I made the motion. She seconded.
Okay.
Aye.
It's a roll call.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we've already closed the public hearing. There's a
Yes,
motion
yes.
and a second. Now proceeding with the roll call.
Well,
No,
do
I
you
don't
need
think
Ms.
she's gonna- there-
Commissioner Galansky can now make her motion.
Make a motion.
And Jesse, sorry, but we're going on hour 4, so my brain is a little fuzzy and I might not be on top of my game. But I'll renew my motion then, and this time to keep the rate what it is currently at 0.603504% for the next fiscal year.
Second.
Perfect. At the roll call, Commissioner Martinez?
I have a comment. Thank you. Commissioner Galansky, I want to commend you for being the brave soul to voice your concerns. We've been fielding a lot of different forms of communication, emails and texts and phone calls, and just being up here, they're tough things to do. And up until right now, I can guarantee you that I had no idea which way I was going to vote. And, but I definitely was not going to be someone to make the motion. And I just want to commend you for the bold, just your bold willingness to stand by what you ran on and to be the person to make the motion. I think that I just want to commend you for that. So thank you.
Or I can be outnumbered. It's okay, because I see your point. But it's, like I said, it's something that I actually ran for, and I think people voted for me or they liked me for it, and I want to be a person of my word, so.
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Commissioner Macias?
Aye.
Commissioner Rivera?
Aye.
Mayor Cowan?
Aye.
Commissioner Galunski? Commissioner De Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Aye.
The motion passes. A public hearing, item number 8, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1784 of the City of Brownsville, Texas, to adopt the fiscal year 2026 annual budget for Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present the BCIC proposed budget for this coming year. Our projected revenues for fiscal year 26 is close to $8.5 million. The projected sales tax revenue accounts for 88% of the revenue. On the expenditure side, total planned spending is $8.99 million, reflecting our continued investment in quality of life, community, and entrepreneurial programs. This leaves us with a planned net reduction of $500,000, which is intentional and supported by our healthy reserves. Even with this investment, we will maintain a projected ended funded balance of $16.1 million, of which $2.6 million is unrestricted and available for flexible use. As the chart shows, nearly half of our expenditures, 45%, are dedicated to the city's designated quality of life projects. Administration accounts for 19%, while the balance supports our community development, our entrepreneurial programs, and our discretionary initiatives that allow us to respond to emerging opportunities. This year, we are focusing on evolving for a greater impact. Our Small Business Recovery Fund will be phased out as we exhaust the remaining grant funds, and we're introducing a new forward-looking initiative, such as our Small Business Enhancement Program, a $500,000 investment designed to reach businesses outside our downtown core and complement our big grant program. We are also allocating funding for our makerspace on our eBridge Center second floor. Recently, about 2 years ago, we received an EDA grant allowing us to purchase equipment for our prototyping makerspace area. So with that, we have to comply with EDA's grant, and we are going to renovate our lab space properly to accommodate these new equipment that we received. And that includes upgrading our electrician, having actual space for programming, and then also like air filtration, because we have 3D printers, laser cutters, so we need something to collect that dust and such. This investment transforms the Blueprint Lab into a community innovation workshop where entrepreneurs, students, and small businesses can design, build, and test new ideas without the barrier of owning expensive tools themselves. These priorities keep us focused on sustainability, accountability, and building long-term capacity for Brownsville entrepreneurs. Now, all of our budget investments align with our 5 pillars of our newly adopted strategic plan. $4.7 million go to our enhancing our community well-being, which is our quality of life projects, our grants, and our sponsorships. $2.16 million is for our entrepreneurship and our small business support, such as our Startup Texas, our Frontier Leadership, as well as the new Small Business Enhancement Program. $500,000 is through the, big grants and related efforts for downtown revitalization. And then, of course, $1.68 million for operations, compliance, and staff development. This ensures that commission, our board, and the community can clearly see where dollars are going and how they advance shared priorities. Now, compared to last year, we've adjusted several programs to balance the budget responsibly while continuing to support economic growth. Our quality of life initiatives and grants are reduced from $1.3 million to $600,000 as resources flow into city direct projects. Our big grants are adjusted from $800,000 to $500,000, with flexibility, scale, and demand and exceed expectations. Our entrepreneur programs, such as Startup Taxes, have expanded because we have additional grant support. And while the Space Accelerator program grows through our direct investment through innovation. Some programs, such as our Kaufman cohorts and workshops, are reduced because of the limited funding availability. And then we're introducing a new business incubation access program that provides membership to our eBridge Center for participants through our programs. So that gives them access to resources and networks. I also want to note that, the City Commission suggested last meeting that GBIC continue supporting BCIC's entrepreneurship and small business programs. While the funding is not currently in our budget, this current budget, but if we receive, it will be offset reductions and allow us to expand programs that were trimmed to balance this year's budget. So these shifts demonstrate that we're living with our means today, while we're positioning ourselves to grow in additional resources as they become available. So in summary, our 26 budget sustains our core commitments while launching targeted initiatives supporting downtown and citywide growth. It leverages reserves responsibly, aligns our strategic plan, and ensures Brownsville remains competitive in attracting and growing businesses and supporting quality of life initiatives. So I'm going to pause right here so I can answer any of your questions.
Any questions from Commissioner?
No. That's all I have. So I ask that the City Commission approve the budget as presented. And, as we go throughout the year, we, just like how the city does, we do tend to amend our budget, when we have, our books have closed and we look at our unrestricted funds and see where we can, leverage that to enhance our programs.
I just want to thank you, Corey, and your team. I do know that it's a burden to kind of try to figure out a budget when we put an ordinance that grabs 50% for quality of life. And you guys have done a good job at analyzing that budget, working with that budget, and also doing it with a great positive outlook towards quality of life for the citizens of Brownsville. And you guys put a lot of effort into that as well. And I just wanted to thank you for that transition, because it's felt welcomed by you and your board and your staff.
And I also want to thank Stephen and Raf from the Finance Department. I mean, they really have been instrumental in helping us because we really wanted to make sure we had a balanced budget. But we also wanted to implement a new program and, taking big on the road. And so we said it was worth, being in a reduction of 500,000 so we can take that program.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
I had a quick question. I'm just curious. I saw that under your expenses, you had 711,000 for discretionary funding.
Yes.
Can you speak on that a little bit?
Out of the 711,000, 500,000 is for the new programming that we're doing. The other 200,000, let me just get the budget out. That also includes, we have roughly about $62,000 for our small business recovery fund that we have a grant that we're about to exhaust the funds. And then additionally, the Blueprint Lab, the 150,000 that we put for the renovation for our second floor to accommodate the EDA grant that we got for equipment.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
No more questions.
All right. This is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, move to close public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carried.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to your board members and your team.
A public hearing, item number 9, is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025-1785 of the city of Brownsville, Texas, to adopt the fiscal year 2026 annual budget for the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Commission. For the record, Gilberto Salinas with the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation. Adding to what the city manager has said earlier, the value proposition of the GBIC is to create a solid base of industries, to create high-value jobs, to upscale local talent, and in turn to attract firms, capital, and talent. These are the industries that provide the good-paying jobs for the area, and these are the industries that also pay taxes, which in turn supports the vital services that we need in the community. These companies also import dollars into the community, so as the money moves and the more that it changes hands, the better the velocity and the flow of money. And that's really the impact that our organization has in the area. So that's who we are, that's what we do. We were successful in recruiting 3 companies to the area here in the last 10 months, creating upward of about 500 jobs. And they should be creating about between 5, maybe upward of $70 million in taxes that'll be coming to the city tax coffers. Again, that's what we do. That's why we do what we do, creating that solid base of industries. So with that, I'll turn it over to Salvador Villalpando, who's the Director of Finance and Investments, and present our budget. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. We'll be going over the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget, and it'll just be a summary of the workshop that we already had on the 5th of this month. Total revenue stayed the same at 9.2 million, with 8 million in sales tax and 1.2 million in interest income. Total expenditures increased to 21.5 million. Operating expenditures stayed the same at 4.2 million. Contractual commitments also stayed the same at 1.5, and we had an increase in initiatives to 15.8 million. The 2 increases within initiatives are coming from budgeting $500,000 for the partnership with BCIC, and we increased a line item for the office building within the tech district by 800,000. The total cost of the building is still 4.8 million, but we're anticipating a start date of January rather than April. So half of the 4.8 is being budgeted in 2026, and the other half in 2027. Overall, we are budgeting at a deficit of 12.3 million. We're anticipating to begin the fiscal year with a fund balance of 23.5 million, and we're budgeting to end the fiscal year with a fund balance of 11.3 in September of 2026. That covers the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. We want to thank the Commission for your continued support as we move forward into the next fiscal year.
Great. Does this budget include any work on phase 2 of the tech
Yes, it
district?
includes the completion of phase 1 of the industrial park, the tech district, and commencing phase 2 of the industrial park as well.
All right, any other questions or comments from the Commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion to
Second.
close and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Items for the individual consideration. Item number 1 is a consideration and action to approve the selection of Noble Texas Builders for the construction and manager risk, CMAR, services for the Brownsville Public Safety Complex. RFQ number 142-25-EPW-RFQ, and authorize staff to negotiate and finalize a phase contract in amount not to exceed $5,034,677 for the pre-construction services and the general conditions and CMAR fee.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Damian Espinosa again here with the Procurement Department. Tonight, I'm just going to present the recommendation that we have for the Construction Manager of Risk for the Brownsville Public Safety Complex. So before I get into the actual presentation, I wanted to quickly point out how we traditionally deliver construction services here at the City of Brownsville. Our default typically has been the method that we call design, bid, build. In that method, we first hire an architect or engineer to help us complete the design to 100%. Once the plans and the specs are ready, we then formally bid out the project. We get the construction services in place, and a contractor gets hired, right? The difference with that project or with that process compared to the CMAR is that the contractor has no role during the design. They don't have any input. So there's no flexibility as far as the plan and the specs go, right? So now, what is a construction manager at risk, right? Essentially, the construction manager at risk is an alternative construction delivery method that brings in a construction manager on board early to help with the costs, schedules, and quality. How that works is it's phased out in two phases. The first phase is the pre-construction phase. So the selected construction manager at risk collaborates with our design team on the budgeting, the scheduling, and the constructability. The second phase would be the actual construction phase of it. The construction manager at risk manages all the subcontractors and ensures that there's a project delivery on time, right? The key feature here for the construction manager at risk is what we call the guaranteed maximum price, which essentially sets a cap on construction costs, and any overruns that we don't add are absorbed by the construction manager at risk. What's the benefit to the city? Early costs, schedule certainty. There's a stronger collaboration between all parties, the design team, the city, the contractor. And we also have the ability to fast track some portions of the actual work for the project itself. Why did we pick the CMAR or the construction manager approach versus the design bid build? Essentially, the approach for the CMAR is particularly advantageous for high complex, high costs, like the Brownsville Public Safety Complex. The design bid build, you typically leave it for low complex, straightforward, we already know what we're doing type of construction. Also, the early involvement in the construction manager at risk allows us to provide real-time cost estimates, value engineering suggestions, and constructability reviews. So reducing the risk of constantly design changes later on. Also, the guaranteed maximum price, it offers a cost transparency and helps manage the budget risk while also aligning the city to phase construction and fast track critical components. Again, this is why typically for high complex construction projects, you're looking more for a construction manager at risk rather than doing the traditional method. In this slide, you're going to see the high level overview for the procurement process that we elected with the construction manager at risk. You typically have two routes you take. You either do a one-step approval or you do the two-step process. In this case, we elected to do the two-step process. What does that mean? Is we do a RFQ or request for qualifications first, where we evaluate qualifications first only, and then we invite those qualified vendors to submit to our RFP. It's a private invitation only. Only those that meet the requirements on the RFQ are invited. That's what we did for this particular project. We released the RFQ on May 3rd. By June 23rd, we notified those qualified vendors that met the requirements to participate in an RFP. And then in August 5th, we conducted interviews with those said vendors. Just so you're aware, we did receive a total of 3 proposals from the RFQ. Those were from Noble Texas Builders, Spall Glass Contractors, Inc., and D. Wilson Construction Company. We met with our evaluation committee that was comprised from different departments, including Engineering Public Works, IT, Police Department, Grants Department, and Enterprise Project Management. We wanted to make sure that we had diversity in there so that they could evaluate correctly. As you guys are familiar with the criteria, this is the criteria that we set for this two-step process. Qualifications and experience with similar projects, project team qualifications, technical project approach, safety record, financial stability, past performance, project team relevance, and finally, project fee. Again, as a reminder, it was a two-step process. Project fee was not evaluated during the RFQ or step one. That was only evaluated in step two. Any questions so far on that? We notified the evaluation committee on May 29 of the deadline to review the actual qualifications for those three vendors. After reviewing all the submittal or the three submittals that we received, the committee determined that all three responding firms met the minimum requirements and they could advance to step two. We notified the shortlisted vendors and they were invited to submit cost proposals by July 22nd. On August 5th, the evaluation committee conducted in-person interviews with all three vendors, and where we further assess qualifications, approach, and fee structure. Right here, you're gonna see a result of the technical and cost evaluations from those meetings. Noble Texas scored 128 points out of 150. Spa Glass Contractors, 118 out of 150. And D. Wilson Construction Company scored 111 out of 150. So why Noble? Why did Noble score higher, right? Noble, as a point, Noble Texas is here, so they are able to further emphasize on their experience. But this is a high-level overview of what Noble brings to the table. They have extensive experience delivering large-scale municipal and public safety facilities across Texas. Those include City of Weslaco Police Department, La Jolla ISD Performing Arts Center, the Rio Grande City Fire Station, among others. I will do a disservice. They have a lot of experience delivering these type of methods. They also have robust safety program that exceeds OSHA standards with an emphasis on high traffic municipal sites. They also brought to our attention that they bring strong local subcontractor relationships across the RGV that foster competitive pricing, and they meet historically underutilized business participation rules. Right here, you're gonna see in this slide some of the pictures of the work that they have done in the past. Again, these are just 4 examples of the work that they have done. They have a lot more experience that they bring into the table. Particularly in this picture, you will see the Brownsville Public Utilities Board Annex. They were able to deliver that to PUB through the CMAR process, similar to this one. They had a budget of only $25 million, only 25, but for this one, they delivered on time, and the duration was 22 months. They also have the Cameron County Isla Blanca Park, the South Texas College Regional Center for Public Safety Excellence, and the Willacy County Regional Detention Facility. One point to make is that with the Brownsville Public Utility Board, they did receive an award called the ABC Excellence in Construction Eagle Award. In this slide, we will go over what Noble Texas submitted for their fee associated with this project. You will see right here that this fee totals the amount of $5,034,677. What does this fee include? It includes Noble Texas pre-construction services, general conditions, and the actual construction manager at risk fee that they're going to take based on a budget of $66.8 million. It's important to point out that this fee, as you guys can see, CMAR fee for $2.3 million, that is a fixed percentage fee. It's 3.5%. And it scales proportionately. So if the budget goes up, the fee stays at 3.5, but obviously the actual amount, dollar amount will increase. But if the budget goes down, their fee stays at 3.5% and their amount will decrease as well. So it's an important note to make there. Do we have any questions associated with the actual fee breakdown? Finally, our recommendation here, just wanted to point out, no contract has been executed at this stage. We are currently seeking City Commission approval to select Noble Texas Builders, our construction manager at risk for the Brownsville Public Safety Complex, and to authorize proceeding with an initial contract phase totaling $5,034,677. In addition to, we're also seeking authorization to negotiate and execute contract amendments that cover all construction manager at risk related costs. That includes pre-construction, general conditions, the actual fee, and any subcontracted work, provided that the total project value does not exceed $80 million. Basically, we're saying that if the budget increases to $80 million, we are seeking authorization to negotiate between that threshold. If it were to exceed 80, we will come back to you all to seek further approval to see if we are able to do so.
Damian, can you, the other two proposals, weren't they substantially higher than this one?
Yes, so for Noble, Texas, their total cost was at 5 million. We had D. Wilson at 7 million, and we also had Spoglass at 9 million, just so you are aware. Finally, if the award is made tonight, we will establish a contract with Noble, Texas, authorize city manager to negotiate and execute the contract, and finally finalize scope, timelines, and deliverables post-award. Do we have questions? As
No,
mentioned.
just thank you. We're really looking forward to this public safety complex. It's something that we all advocated for. I know we met with the fire and the police department during our campaigns, and it was something that they emphasized about the growth of the city and the much needed services of having a fire and a police complex in District 3. So this is a good thing for you, Commissioner. So the residents that live in District 3 have accessibility to much important resources. And so that's it. I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. It's not easy going out there, and thank you to all the individuals who went out for the RFP. Thank you.
Do have a quick question. To avoid what has traditionally happened, are we preparing ourselves with the contract to ensure that there's milestones and the work gets done in a timely manner?
Yes.
Yes, this is very detailed. This is the most detailed probably project delivery that
All I
you'll
want.
see. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's one of the benefits of having a construction manager. They're going to work with us essentially to ensure that the project gets delivered on time.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Board
guys.
appointments, item number 1, is the consideration and action of resolution number 2025-086B to appoint or reappoint members to the Board of Adjustment.
Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. We come back to you with board appointments for the Board of Adjustments. There are 2 vacancies for regular members and 1 vacancy for an alternate member.
Hello, Martin. I'll make a motion to appoint Gilbert Hernandez as my regular member.
Can you repeat the name for the record?
Gilbert Hernandez.
Gilbert.
Yes.
Motion, second?
Second.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'm going to change my, my alternate to become the regular. So it'll be Alejandro Garcia Moreno.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So that
I
means
don't-
there's 2 alternates?
I don't have an alternate, so.
Now there's 2 alternates.
Okay.
They have one.
I don't think, does anybody have alternate?
No, I'll hold.
Can we bring that back next meeting?
Yes, we can bring it back.
Thank you.
Item 2 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-084B to appoint or reappoint members to the Building and Standards Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. We just need your motion to
Can I-
appoint the same members.
Can I make the motion that we make all the time that the Building and Standards Commission match the Board of
Second.
Adjustment Commission?
Aye.
Thank you.
Action item number 3 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2025-098 to appoint or reappoint members to the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee.
Good evening, mayors and commissioners. I'll be brief. My name is Antonio Colo. I'm the Deputy Director of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services. We're bringing forward for your consideration an appointment to our Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee. This appointment does belong to Commissioner Villarreal. I believe we do have 4 applicants on file.
Perfect. I will appoint Patty de la Fuente.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we move into executive session?
So move.
All
Second.
right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
We will move into executive session. Item number 2 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 072.87, related to the United Soccer League, USL. The city commissioners will convene into executive session at 8:29 PM.
We have two
Action items.
That's nice.
May we reconvene into open session, Mayor?
Yes, please.
That the city commissioners are reconvened into open session at 8:45. Is there any possible action?
Yes, I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the Ferguson Group.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
In the executive session, item number 2 is the consideration and action, if any, related to the letter of intent LOI with the United Soccer League.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
All
Second.
right, we have a motion, second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.
We are adjourned at 8:46 PM. Good night.